Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Welcome to this year's digital edition of FOSS Backstage. It is the fourth one. Sorry. Let me just introduce you to the journey that we took so far. It all started in 2017 when Isabel and I were for lunch. At that time, she organized a meetup about asynchronous collaboration and working together, sharing experiences from open source projects. And there the spark was ignited that we want to make this a bit bigger, maybe a bigger meetup, maybe even a conference and whatnot. And in 2017, Isabel proposed this idea to New Thinking. And this led us to the first Micro Summit at the end of 2017 and another event in 2018 directly after Berlin Buzzwords and another edition in 2020 here in Berlin when these special times started. And now we are here sitting together and making a digital edition all about sharing experiences all around the space of open source governance and so forth. And from my personal opinion, this all would have not been possible without the wonderful experiences and drive of Isabel, especially from her open source background. And this led us to other opportunities where we work together with other communities. But I guess this is more better if you share it, Isabel.
So essentially, the reason we are all here is because a couple of years ago, there was no ApacheCon in Europe. Stefan told me about conference rooms that he had at his employer. And I was like, okay, let's invite these people over to Berlin because I really want to meet them in person. And thinking about what binds all those Apache projects together, what I realized was, well, those same topics, they are the ones that every open source project has. So this year, we won't be able to ship you to Berlin. However, looking through the attendee list, I'm really glad that we went remote first because there are very many people on there that I really love having here. Welcome and thanks for joining us. Paul, I think you have some more information on how this conference is going to run in terms of logistics, right?
Yes, indeed I have. Let me bring up, first of all, the team from Plem Schwarz who put all this together. So here are my lovely colleagues. And here we are. So we have Max, Alex, and Nina, everyone here. Yeah, so we are very happy to open the conference now. It was a long way of organizing it. Yeah, we are very, very excited about the program. And so I just want to share a few simple things about the platform we are on, where we are all watching the sessions today, because we are trying to make this as interactive as possible. So, of course, you will have noticed there is a chat and a questions tab on the right side next to the stream. Yeah, please use it. Chat about the content. Use the questions to send in questions and rate them. So if someone sends in a question that you also find interesting, just +1 it and we'll see, okay, you really want to know the answer. And at the end of each session, the moderator will then give those questions to the speakers so we can have a usual Q&A session. What we'll also have, we will have breakout sessions at the end of each talk. So you can join the breakout rooms that are on the left side in the menu for each stage. So we have breakout Mitte and breakout Prenzlauer Berg. You can go in there and just directly chat with the speakers. Give them a few minutes after their talk. They have to change to there as well. So be patient, but they will be there. And I hope we will have some nice conversation there. Then another feature of this platform, you can directly chat with other attendees. So there is the network tab also in the menu on the left side. You can see who's already here. You can send them chat messages. And if you like, you can also call them. And there is actually a hidden feature that I want to tell you about. You can also have group chats and then group video calls. So if you are in a break and you think, okay, there are a few people I want to meet and we want to chat about some topics. Next to the word chat in the menu bar on the left, there's a little plus. Just click it, add all the people you want to have in your group chat to the group, and then you can start right away. I think that is everything said. We will now go into a short break, and then we are looking forward to the keynote by Julia Reda. See you soon. And hello, it is my pleasure to now introduce our keynote for today, Julia Reda. Julia is a known copyright expert and a former member of the European Parliament, and will bring us some information on why she thinks public funding for open source is important and why we should have a open source technology fund in Europe. I'm looking forward to your presentation. Thanks for coming, Julia.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here and to speak on this important subject. You've already said, I think, the most important biographical facts about myself. I would just like to add, for transparency's sake, that I am nowadays also a board member of the Open Knowledge Foundation Germany, which is also working on this subject of funding open source technology. So today, however, I am representing myself as a private person who is passionate about free software. And already when I was a member of the European Parliament, I was trying to convince governments to take free and open source software more seriously as a matter of public policy. And today, I want to give you an update on my thinking on this, and also some of the work that I've been doing with other free software policy activists in order to make more public funding for open source technology a reality in Europe. So I want to start with a pretty, I would say, high-level observation about what government actually is and what its purpose is. So, like, on a very idealized, very high-level view, the government is supposed to be all of us. So it's representing the entire population and trying to serve all of the population and be accountable to it. And one very important function that government provides for its population is to provide, to build, and to maintain infrastructure. And in the past, this was mostly sort of thought of as maintaining roads or making sure that there is a fire service and other public services like that. But I think more and more software has become such an infrastructure for public life. And we are seeing this really more than ever during the coronavirus pandemic. I mean, I was looking at this slide that I have used before, and it very much looks like a scene from a different world now that we are in lockdown, and our daily lives, all parts of it, education, etc., have really become more and more mediated by technology. And I think that the government should therefore have a free software philosophy at its heart, which is to use free software, to take responsibility for it, and also to contribute to the development of free and open source software, because it really forms part of the backbone of public service that governments are responsible for. It's quite certain, I think, also that nowadays, in this very technologically mediated society, those who build the technology have a lot of power. And this phrase, algorithms rule the world, is maybe a little bit cheeky in the sense that it sounds sort of like some of these really sensational headlines that are trying to pretend that software is magic. And this is not what I'm trying to say with this. So I'm not saying, you know, algorithms are scary and therefore we should ban them or anything like that, which is popular with some politicians, but rather in the sense that computers are no longer limited to particular parts of our lives, but instead all of our society is mediated by technology. And this is leading sometimes to some really fun and weird problems, like, this Twitter account, Internet of Shit, is collecting sort of funny problems, funny bugs with the Internet of Things, where you could have a blue screen of death on a fridge, which is maybe not like the greatest utopian scenario. So nowadays, of course, with the coronavirus, this has become even more obvious, because all of a sudden we had to improvise digital solutions for a lot of things that we used to do physically. And at the center of the discussion has sort of been Zoom, and whether it's a good idea that everybody is using this proprietary software. But because it was a crisis, when the first lockdown started a year ago, the sort of normative power of having something that works out of the box sort of took over. But I think 1 year into the crisis, we should no longer take this excuse that we were in a crisis situation, and instead really ask our governments to also help support and provide open source alternatives that have the same sort of backbone power that a proprietary software like Zoom can provide, and also the same usability, which also is, needs to be developed, needs to be tested, and can be quite expensive. And everybody benefits from it being there, but not everybody feels responsible to contribute to it and to pay for it. The same is true in other parts of society, like schools, businesses, and even the public administrations themselves. Like I come from Germany, and German public administration has been very reluctant to digitizing a lot of its services for a long time. But now that a lot of public services had to close their physical spaces, it's really become so urgent that they have to seriously deal with these questions. So quite often we end up using improvised proprietary solutions that actually conflict with our own data security and data protection standards. So I think we've established at this point that software is playing this increasingly important role in our society. And then the question is, okay, what should be the government's role in it? I think it would be somewhat dangerous if government was centrally controlling open source software projects, because of course, the permissionless innovation and the possibility that really everybody can participate in free software projects without some sort of central control and planning is really what has made free software so successful. So I think it's really more about creating the awareness within governments that they are already relying on free and open source software every day, whether they are aware of it or not. Because quite often, politicians' understanding of software is very much focused on the application layer only, and they don't know all the software libraries or the server infrastructure that is run on open source, even in their own institutions. So my goal is that governments realize this better and start taking more responsibility to actually support the security and safety of their own IT infrastructures, but by that also start contributing more to the overall software ecosystem. There is a very, I think, somewhat dangerous debate going on at the moment in Europe about digital sovereignty that is sort of trying to frame the dependence on proprietary software as a nationalist issue. And I don't really like this framing, because for me, the point is not that, Amazon or Microsoft are American companies, but I think the problem is really more that if the open source software that we are using on a day-to-day basis is not accessible to security audits and to modification that actually suits our needs. So I think we should not promote this idea of digital sovereignty as sort of trying to separate the internet and digital technology into different geopolitical spheres. Actually, that is an idea that China and Russia have been promoting in the past at, for example, international internet governance discussions, that basically the internet should not be a global medium. I think we should actually take this discussion around digital sovereignty in a different direction. So the kind of digital sovereignty that makes sense to me is to say, okay, if we have a lot of free and open source software that provides the basic infrastructure that a state needs to function and that the economy and the educational system needs to function, then we become less dependent on a single government or on a single company, regardless of which country that company is from or whether it's a multinational. So digital sovereignty can actually be interconnectedness and decentralization instead of trying to sort of lock ourselves up off from the rest of the world. I don't really care if software is made in Germany as long as it is made open source. And so I think it's important to kind of instill this thinking also in public administrations, to sort of go away from only funding companies that sort of immediately and directly contribute to the economic growth of that particular country, and instead also look at what is the basis for all of that economic growth, what is the free infrastructure that at the end of the day benefits all of us, because I don't think that global politics is a zero-sum game where we can only benefit if somebody else is losing out. So I think this idea of sort of digital sovereignty as embodying decentralization, connectedness, and permissionless innovation is actually pretty well established in one already existing US-based open source funding program, the Open Technology Fund. So this is a pretty good program that we all benefit from, even though it's paid for by the US government, but it is not run by the US government. It's run by an independent NGO that has been receiving public funding from Congress in order to promote primarily anti-censorship technologies. So they have funded things like Signal or Tor or WireGuard. So also privacy technologies that help democracy activists, independent journalists around the world in countries such as Belarus or Hong Kong or Iran to stand up to authoritarian governments. And so, of course, this has been sort of in the interest of the US government as well, but nobody is stopping the activists in other countries that may not be aligned with US policy from using those open source technologies, precisely because they are open source. And so I'm sure that a lot of the developers who have received public funding from the Open Technology Fund do not agree with the US government's policies at all. I mean, just look at sort of the surveillance programs of the US. But because there is a separation between it, where money is coming from the public sector, but the organization of the funding is done by civil society, this is why people can trust these kinds of projects. And so I think it's a good model that we should learn from. So the problem, though, that was exposed with the Open Technology Fund is that last year, this project was under extreme threat because there was a single point of failure. Because basically, if you only have this one project that lots and lots of open source technology projects rely on, this one funding source, then a single authoritarian regime can also try to shut it down. And this was actually something that was attempted by the Trump administration last year. So President Trump appointed one of his allies to the US Agency for Global Media, who fired executives from the Open Technology Fund, froze its funding, and also even tried to get the OTF permanently banned from receiving US funding, even after he would leave office. Now, fortunately, this attack on the Open Technology Fund was not successful because they actually had support from both parties in Congress and were able to protect it from this attack. And now under the Biden administration, it's pretty clear that the Open Technology Fund will be able to continue. But I think what this means for us European is that we are not very digitally sovereign if basically a single government somewhere else in the world can go down an authoritarian route, and suddenly the free software that we all have been relying on for our privacy, for circumventing censorship technologies, is suddenly not funded anymore. So in a way, I feel like the EU has been coasting on the benefits of the Open Technology Fund without actually contributing to it. And I think this is something that should change, because if there are more projects like the Open Technology Fund that maybe focus on different types of open source technologies, not just on sort of privacy technologies in particular, then it's also less damaging if a single one of them loses its funding or has to reduce its operation for a particular time. Because I think one thing that is really important and that has not been paid attention to enough is the maintenance of free and open source software projects, which is not as sexy as saying, okay, I'm inventing something entirely new, but the maintenance is just as important. So where are we in the European Union? There are some funding infrastructures in individual member states, such as the Netherlands, and also to a certain extent at the European Union level. And I'm mostly going to talk about the EU because I was involved with that, and also with Germany because this is the country where I'm from. But there are also other very interesting and exciting projects in other member states that I think we should share information about. So the European Commission is really uncomfortable with its own reliance on proprietary technology. So, for example, when the lockdown started, the European Commission was criticizing the security of Zoom, but at the same time still using it for some of its own meetings, well, because it simply worked. So I think we need to push the European Commission to actually put its money where its mouth is. And it already has an open source strategy, so that's good. It has committed to releasing more of its in-house software as open source, and I think that's a really good development. But we should sort of push them to also fund open source projects more generally. So when I was in the European Parliament in 2014, this was the first year I was in Parliament, the Heartbleed and Shellshock vulnerabilities were discovered. And they, I think, demonstrated that open source software and open source infrastructure is really implemented all over the place, and quite often we're not aware of it. And even though free and open source software has a lot of benefits in terms of security and reliability, it's not enough to just make something open source. You also have to make sure that there is funding available and an infrastructure available to make sure that the software can be maintained and audited. So as sort of a learning from Heartbleed, I was able to convince the European Commission with a few of my colleagues to start the free and open source software auditing project, where the goal was basically to pay for the audit of free software applications that were used inside the European Commission, and then to release those the results of those audits and hopefully bug fixes back into those projects. And well, I think we learned a lot in the process of doing this pilot project, because the European Commission had never done something like this before. And we ran into quite a lot of problems, and then sort of tried to iteratively improve this project. So in the beginning, there was basically the approach of contracting this security audit out to a company. So there was a public tender, and we realized that basically the companies or the individuals that are best placed to actually improve free and open source software are not usually the companies that are best placed to win European Union public tenders, because this is just a different sort of skill sets. There is a lot of bureaucracy involved, and there is a high risk that you end up with a consultancy that produces a lot of reports, writes a lot of things, but doesn't actually write a lot of code. And so in order to fix this problem, we eventually changed the EU FOSSA program into a bug bounty program, which was also criticized by some people because bug bounties can also create sort of not ideal incentives, because bug bounties basically are paid out for finding a bug, but then there is still the problem, who is doing the actual work of fixing the bug. And even though the EU FOSSA has finished by now, and it has, I think, found some quite serious flaws, for example, in PuTTY, that were fixed as a consequence of it. And generally, the response from the free software community to FOSSA was quite good. This project has now wrapped up and is being continued in a slightly different form as part of the European Commission's ISA Square program. So in ISA Square, the European Commission is actually trying to pay for the fixing of bugs, which I think is a good sort of next step approach. So they have partnered up with Integrity, and are basically paying a 20% bonus for bug bounties that are released in the context of the matrix.org program for encrypted and decentralized communication. So if you don't just find the vulnerability, but also provide a fix, you get this 20% bonus. And this is actually a program that is running right now and that people can participate in. At German level, we have the Prototype Fund, which is also funded by German government ministry, but is run by civil society. And I think this is really the best approach to make sure that free software developers have an easy time actually applying for funding. So the Prototype Fund is also a project of the Open Knowledge Foundation, where I'm a board member, and it's directly funding free software and also helps projects with the bureaucracy around that. So the problem, though, is that because of the limits that are put on the funding by the German government, the Prototype Fund can only fund prototypes. So it's about funding innovation. It's about starting off a new project, which can be pretty important. But what is missing is a funding structure for the maintenance of open source infrastructure. I really like this XKCD comic because I think it illustrates the problem very well. So it's kind of a stack of building bricks that says all modern digital infrastructure. And then at the very bottom, there's a tiny piece that says a project some random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. Now, this person in Nebraska would not be able to apply to a lot of the existing funding programs for open source software because it's not innovative. It's not, developing a prototype. It's sort of boring. It's maintaining something that everybody relies on, but most politicians have never heard of. And this is, I think, the funding structure that is missing and that we should have in the European Union. So together with some activist friends from different organizations, both from the Prototype Fund, but also from the Open Technology Fund, I've started sort of conceptualizing what such a digital infrastructure fund could look like, and also trying to start to talk to government officials in the German government and also in the European Commission about how we can make this a reality. So we have come up with a few principles that would be really important for this fund to work. First of all, we should learn from the lessons of the FOSSA program and the Prototype Fund. So it must be really easy to apply to. This was not the case in the beginning of FOSSA. It sort of became better throughout the bug bounty process, but it's also something that the Prototype Fund is really good at, that the entry barrier is low. And even if you're not a company, even if you're like an individual person, you should be able to apply for funding for your free software project. There has to be very low overhead. So you should not basically have reports written by consultancies and things like this, but the majority of the funding should go directly to the project. It must not be limited to innovative projects. So we have to convince governments that it's worth funding the maintenance and improvement of infrastructure rather than just funding innovation. Because at the end of the day, new innovation is going to build on top of that. And so it is going to pay off for the economy at large. But we have to focus on sustainability and making sure that basically if this one building block in the XKCD comic is pulled out, that the whole infrastructure doesn't just crumble. Also, I think it's really important that this funding program has to be part of a broader free software and also free hardware strategy of government, where they also pay attention to other issues that arise, such as chip manufacturing and other issues that may affect our ability to sort of be digitally sovereign, to stay in their own vernacular. We also want to learn from the Open Technology Fund, and we're in talks with them. And the great thing about the Open Technology Fund is that it actually wants to be copied. The entire, basically, operational infrastructure of how the OTF distributes funding is open source itself. So we are able to basically take all the lessons that they have learned in their operation and build a European project that is inspired by it, but maybe is funding slightly different projects. So from the OTF, I think we have learned how important it is that this funding structure must not be directly run by the government. It's okay if money is coming from the public hand. I think that's the job of the public administration. But at the same time, I think a lot of developers are rightfully suspicious of government oversight. And so that should not be part of this funding structure. Also, there should be no expectation of promoting the government in exchange for receiving this funding. You're receiving the funding because this is something that is helpful to society at large and not because the government wants to have good publicity. It must be built also on a network of trusted actors. So the open source community is not just sort of a business community or something like that. It's a culture where people know each other and trust individual people that they have worked with over years. And so whoever runs such a fund has to be part of the free software community to actually have these personal connections and be able to build this trust. There should also be no restrictions on the nationality of the people who can apply. And this is something that's actually pretty difficult to convince governments of, that, you know, the German economy will grow if we give money to some developer in Brazil who is maintaining and improving infrastructure that is open source. I think, to me, this is totally logical, but to a lot of governments, it's not. Yeah, and obviously there is no competition between the Open Technology Fund, which is now thankfully continuing under the Biden administration, and this new European fund that we're hoping to build, because basically we want to have decentralized and redundant funding infrastructure. So if one of them, for example, shrinks, the other can take it off. So take it up. So I think the crisis with the Open Technology Fund last year has demonstrated that it's good for all of us to have a diverse funding infrastructure that can talk to each other, that can help each other, and that can maybe also specialize in slightly different fields. So I think that obviously the core of the free software community are the people who are building the software. I'm not a software developer, actually. And I think what I can contribute to the overall ecosystem is to build a bridge between the free software community and public policy, because, well, most people in government are also not free software developers. So I think it's great if you continue to do the coding, and I'll try to focus on telling the story behind it, why this is something that politicians should care about. And yeah, I'm hoping to do that with like-minded activists from the other organizations that I've mentioned, such as the Prototype Fund, the Open Technology Fund, and also in individual people in the European Commission or in governments who really want to push this open source strategy forward. So we will try together to make something like a European Digital Infrastructure Fund or Basic Technology Fund a reality in the next couple of years. But what is the most important to us is to insist that these design features that we think are needed are actually put in place. So this means not a focus on like which country you're from and which tax ID you have, not a focus on things like whether you're a big business or an individual developer, but what should really count is, are you building something that is relevant for the public infrastructure? And is it released as open source, and is it auditable? That is really at the core of what we should be funding. So the goal ultimately is to have EU or global funding structures, but we don't want to wait for 27 member state governments to come together and to agree on something with the European Parliament. But sometimes it's actually easier to start something in one country, and then if it's successful, other countries may join it. This has actually recently happened with the Gaia X project for open cloud infrastructure, which was started in Germany, and then France got interested in it, and now it's sort of more of a European project. So this is kind of how we want to operate. So we are trying to get this off the ground in Germany, and I'm really glad to have support from people within the OTF who are basically saying, well, look, everything we're doing is open source. You can copy our methodology. You can copy our infrastructure, our own software that we're using to run this fund. But I think there are many important areas aside from anti-censorship and privacy technology that also need funds like the Open Technology Fund. And for me, sort of basic technologies that are not at the application layer are one of the missing links that I would like to focus on. But there are also other things, I think, where this sort of funding structure is needed. So, for example, I could imagine an open technology fund for government technology, like government applications, or one for open hardware, and so on. So I think there is no shortage of areas that would benefit from this. So hopefully in a few decades, we will have 100 open technology funds funded by different governments and public sector players around the world, because I don't think that the public infrastructure that we use for everything from school to work to the healthcare system is something that we should leave entirely to the responsibility of private companies. So yeah, what can you do to help? So at the moment, this fund does not exist yet. So that means we cannot actually take like funding applications for this or anything like this. But of course, do check out the Prototype Fund or the Open Technology Fund if you are building open source software that you think might fit those criteria. So for the OTF, primarily sort of anti-censorship and privacy technology. And for the Prototype Fund, primarily sort of new ideas, new projects that are just starting out, especially in Germany. And yes, please talk about this idea, write newspaper articles about why governments should fund open source software. And if you hear your politicians talk about digital sovereignty, ask them what they actually mean by that. Like, do you actually mean that we should sort of shut ourselves off from the rest of the world? I think this is something that lies in Europe's past and not in its future. Or do you actually mean that we should become more resilient by having things like open source so we become less dependent on a single technology company, for example? And please also start similar initiatives in your country. Ask political parties to include this idea in their election programs. And please also share if there are existing projects like this in your countries that we should know about. And yeah, hopefully in not too distant future, we will be able to share good news about this project going ahead in Germany. I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention. This is where you can reach me at Zenfeiken on Twitter or at julia.reda@okfn.de. And yeah, I look very much forward to discussing more of this in Breakout or by email or on Twitter. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Julia, for your talk. We actually got a few questions in via our platform. Maybe we can go through a few before you go over to the breakout, and then people can take it further. One person asked about the EU FOSSA project. What are your key learnings basically from this? Because it was the first time that was done, right?
Yeah. So I think the most important one is that you have to make it really easy to apply. So like the first sort of try of FOSSA, where we had this public tender, I think that didn't work very well because of basically to win a public tender from the EU, you kind of like, you don't necessarily have to be a big company, but if you're an individual developer, like, yeah, don't even try. So at the end, why we decided to do bug bounties instead was because then we could do a public tender for a bug bounty company. And then basically different bug bounty platforms could apply, and they are actually able to do that. But then we were able to actually pay money to individual developers, which otherwise the EU wasn't really equipped to do. But of course, this sort of meant that we ended up using the form of funding because this was the easiest to implement, and not necessarily because bug bounties are the best way to support the free software community. So in the end, we also did some other stuff like creating hackathons, which actually, like, I was a little bit skeptical if this is useful, but in the end, actually, we had some good feedback, because some of those communities around like relatively specialized projects are really global, and they just never meet in person because it's quite expensive to fly people in from all over the world. So in the end, I'm quite happy with the FOSSA project, even though it probably didn't change the world, and it was also much smaller than the Open Technology Fund. Like the Open Technology Fund, it gets about $20 million a year, so 15 million euros. FOSSA was much smaller than that. It was more like 1 million euro a year or something like that. But still, I think it's important to point out that also 15 million euros is not a lot for the German government. Like if they decided they wanted to do that, they could do it right now. Like this is not serious money for a mid-sized country. Yeah.
Okay, then another question. It says, funding developers has already become more common. How do you see funding for other roles like UX designers, project managers, translators, and so on, that are also important for FOSS projects?
Yeah, super important. I mean, I think the OTF is already doing a little bit of that. Like, for example, they have sort of a professional training environment for improving user experience, for example. But yeah, I think it's a really good point that basically funding structures should be sort of agnostic to which part of the open source development the funding should go to. Like the funding should not be reserved to the coding alone, because things like, user interface or translation is just as important for the software to be actually used in practice, which is, really important also for the acceptance of open source technology.
Then there is another question by someone who sends a disclaimer that it's a red hatter and says a lot FOSS developers are employed. And it seems like those projects seem to focus more on independent developers. Is there a way to, what is the way to address that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're employed and you are really free to basically use your work time to work on any free software project you want, that is great. But I think quite commonly free software developers who are employed and who are releasing the products of their work as free software are still expected to work on specific problems. So I think there might be a bias in the kinds of open source software that free software developers who are employed are going to focus their attention on. And maybe it's more like developing new features that are needed for this particular company, and maybe not so much maintaining stuff that is really at the core infrastructure. But again, like I'm not a free software developer, so if what I'm saying is totally wrong, feel free to correct me. But I think it's important to basically step in where the market does not automatically provide for the funding that is needed.
Okay, then I think a final question. There are questions about having like an open source tax approach. So, for example, 1% tax to all proprietary software sales, and then distribute that money back into the open source ecosystem. Do you think this could be a feasible approach?
I mean, personally, I like it. I just know that a lot of politicians get very scared when you propose tax increases. Like it's something that is often not very popular. Otherwise, we would probably have it in more areas. But personally, I think this is kind of a nice idea.
Okay, then let's see. There's one final question, actually. More on Germany. There recently has the Sprung-D, or Sprint, I think it is.
Sprint,
yeah. The Agency for Sprung-Innovation, for leap innovation. How is that connected to your to the funding of open source?
Yeah, I think they're really great and are really bringing some innovative thinking into the German government. And we have talked to them about this idea. I think one of the restrictions that also Sprint is having is, again, this idea that it's just about innovation. And I think, funding innovation is great. But I think we need to create sort of a broader understanding in the German government that in order to have innovation, you have to fund the basic technology. Like, we've just learned this with the coronavirus, like in order to have a new vaccine, you have to fund the basic research that gets you there. And I think the same is true for innovation in the tech sector.
Okay, then Julia, thank you very much for your keynote. And everyone who has more questions and want to discuss it more in detail can meet Julia in a few minutes in the breakout room on the platform. You'll find it in the menu on the left side. Thank you very much, and till the next time. Hello, we are back live. I'm now pleased to announce our next speaker, Tobie Langel. Hello. We will stay with the topic of funding and sustainability, because you will talk about strategies of funding open source in your talk towards a sustainable solution to open source sustainability. So I'm looking very much forward to that.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, and to share this with the community, and then have a broader discussion, hopefully afterwards, in the hallway track, essentially. All right. So welcome. Let me start by asking you if any of you actually still recognize this logo here. This, of course, is the logo of the Heartbleed bug. And the Heartbleed bug, as some of you probably remember, was a critical vulnerability that affected the OpenSSL library in 2014. And of course, OpenSSL is this library that is responsible for securing network communications in Unix systems. And as a result, powers essentially privacy and security in the majority of internet servers. And so this bug actually had a massive impact. Notably, and that's not the only thing that happened, but it essentially broke the confidentiality of about 4.5 million patient records of US citizens. And the industry estimated that its impact, the cost of its work, of the bug, costed the industry about $500 million. So I'm going to be speaking a lot about money in this talk today, essentially because, well, money is at the heart of sustainability, well, at least to some degree. And so the Heartbleed bug is really interesting because it's sort of a pivotal moment where the tech industry suddenly realizes that open source is ubiquitous. Right. So 2/3 of active websites in 2014 relied on the OpenSSL library to encrypt its communications. Also critical, OpenSSL, was something that enabled private communications, bank transactions, storing medical records safely, end-to-end encryption, and all of these aspects. So it wasn't just like a nice, fun client-side library to add animation to your website. It was really core to how the internet functioned. And then, of course, the last bit is this is when the industry realized that not only was this ubiquitous and critical, but also open source was critically underfunded, and that this underfunding was at the heart of the existence of this bug in the first place. And to give you concretely what that meant, it's OpenSSL, who was essentially protecting 2/3 of internet communication, was maintained by one full-time maintainer on a budget of $2,000 a year. And so this essentially pushed the industry as a whole to realize the extent of the sustainability problem that it had. And this is when we started really hearing about the question of maintainer burnout, for example. And really this really opened the floodgates, right? People in the industry, the community, the maintainers, the contributors really started speaking up about these issues of sustainability. And sustainability really took center stage. And as a result, rather quickly, we had multiple responses or response attempts by different actors in the field, and it was a really broad set of responses. And so in the first part of this talk, what I really want to do is sort of like cover a bit of the ground that exists, and sort of like as a result of this, or rather that this 2014 Heartbleed bug sort of like accelerated, right, to look at these different options and then sort of propose a broader additional way to consider open source sustainability in the future. So let's get started. One of the immediate first response of the industry was to create the Core Infrastructure Initiative. And this was an industry-wide effort organized by the Linux Foundation and backed by pretty much all of the big tech corporations in the world, was a multi-million-dollar fund administered by the Linux Foundation and a steering committee of industry experts around security. And its goal was really to harden the security of key open source projects. So the focus was really, let's make sure that the open source key infrastructure that we all rely on is sustainable, secure, and we don't bump into issues like Heartbleed again. But of course, at this point, the whole community was really sort of bought into this idea of, well, we have a sustainability problem and we need to sort of fix it. And so maintainers, developers, open source developers tried to find solutions of their own. One of the first thing that happened is people used existing platforms that had been designed for other things like Patreon, right? And tried to leverage Patreon or other like-minded platforms to essentially fund open source development. So of course, the initial goal of Patreon was to help artists, musicians, and writers create a meaningful revenue stream. And this sort of like was adapted to open source and actually quite successfully by some players in the field, notably Evan Yu, who is pictured here, the creator of Vue.js, who at that time was able to turn over $17,000 per month, which was enough for him to focus fully full-time on Vue.js. Of course, the question arises as to whether this is a reproducible solution. And in fact, it hasn't really been proven to be reproducible at a large scale, right? So a few well-known developers were able to sort of create this and build a large enough revenue stream to be able to work in open source full-time, but this really wasn't common. So, sorry. Another approach was is what Gitcoin created, and there is a lot more interest today, again, about blockchain-based solutions to sort of create shared revenue amongst users and creators of open source. I'm generally kind of dubious about the idea and how this works. Also, because I have my own personal doubts about the underlying ideology behind blockchain, which I tend to think is very libertarian. But nonetheless, I think there are interesting efforts in that space, and it's really worth having a look at them and trying to see what this whole culture is looking at. And so Gitcoin was particularly interesting because it essentially created, well, first of all, because it was a whole ecosystem, and it still is. So it was Gitcoin, but also an ad network that now is defunct, and sort of a patron-like solution called Grants. And so the idea of GitHub, of Gitcoin, was to create a GitHub issue market where people who needed contributions to open source software would have bounties, and developers would be paid for the work that they did. And so in 2018, it spent about half a $1 million paying out bounties to developers. It also created Code Fund, which was essentially sort of like a way to advertise specifically to open source developers and really focused on hiring. And so that got closed. It wasn't very, it wasn't sustainable. And it was now sort of replaced and endorsed by CodeFund. The replacement is Ethical Ads, which is has a similar origin story, essentially trying to build, make open source sustainable, and really started being really developer focused and trying to advertise to developers, so jobs, but also SaaS software, etc. And it has served 1 billion ads since 2016. Probably more today, but still 1 billion ads is large, but it's also not a huge amount of money overall. We're now seeing more and more of essentially, so this is OSS Capital, so essentially venture-backed open source startups. Again, here I have my own personal view on like how really open source these are, and how much they're actually trying to solve the overall and underlying problem of open source sustainability. But it's also an effort that is happening. There's a lot more VC capital being injected in open source, and that's also interesting to follow. Of course, this wouldn't be complete without looking also at Open Collective, which essentially provides nonprofit status to open source projects and transparency as to how those funds are used. Huge success story is Webpack, which is making now, I think, close to $500,000 a year, and which created some really a win-win situation for key sponsors like Trivago. I've spoken about this in other contexts before. Happy to chat about it after this talk. But of course, the problem of Open Collective here too is the long tail problem, right? Key projects are getting most of the funding. So for example, Webpack was a quarter of the total funds that were given out in 2017. And so the dependencies itself is not really, the dependencies of like the key projects aren't really funded, which is why Open Collective has started Back Your Stack project, which is essentially helping you, consumer of open source, figuring out not only the projects that you use, but the whole dependency tree of those projects, and then being able to fund that whole dependency tree accordingly. Which incidentally is also very similar to the model that Tidelift has created, where it's trying to essentially build a Red Hat business model for the long tail. So providing security updates, maintenance, and legal assurance that for essentially your whole open source stack. And it's doing so by actually paying the actual maintainers of the projects. And so the actual success of Tidelift is still to be proven in the long term, but it's also a really interesting model. So I sort of gave you this, exciting view of all of these different projects that are trying to solve that problem, but I also want us to look at the downsides and of that. And for this, we're going to look at 4 questions, right? The question is, does this funding-based solution to open source sustainability actually scale? Is money really the key question? And even if money was the key question, is funding open source that way, with open source developers on one side and regular developers on the other, a desirable outcome? And lastly, I want to focus on what the real value of open source is and make you reconsider the idea that we're essentially trying to find a way to fund the open source, the code itself, and really consider about more the value of community and of the knowledge and network that's built inside of community. So let's look at this at scale first. And for this, I'm going to use this absolutely great diagram from democracy.info, which I'm using with permission, and which I think really shows the size of the problem that we're facing when we're trying to fund open source through essentially charity-based funding like we've been looking at so far. So this is a $100 bill. If you stack 100 of those, you get $10,000. And this was the monthly revenue of CodeFund, the advertiser that we talked about. Now, if you pack 100 of those $10,000 pack, you get $1 million, right? And this is the amount that was collected by Open Collective in 2018, I think, and it's the amount that Tidelift committed to pay developers out of the money it received from its VC funding. Now, if we do some quick back of the envelope math, we realize quickly that the worldwide developer population is actually substantial, right? We're looking in 2018 as roughly 20 million developers. And if we do math for this, and estimating that a developer costs roughly $65,000 in the world on average, we get to a total cost of paying developers in the world that is $1 trillion, right? So I want to sort of compare this notion of $1 million, which is roughly, in the vicinity of what we're paying out to open source, to fund open source, or, in the millions of dollars, to what we're actually paying as an industry in wages to developers worldwide. So if you take, if you stack, if you create a stack on a wooden pallet of $100 million, that's what it looks like, right? Now, if you get 10 of those, you get to $1 billion. And now, to get to $10 billion, you're making a square of 10 by 10 pallets of, what was it, $100 million each? And if you actually want to get to $1 trillion, well, you have to stack 100 of those, and it gives you a tower of bills, of $100 bills of the size of a huge skyscraper, right? So to compare, here's your $1 million down there, and here's your trillion dollar, right? So the discrepancy between what we're trying to spend and the size of the problem means that it really is hard to make scale. So the second question is money really what's missing? And the answer to that is actually nuanced, right? So for example, it depends on the project, obviously, but for a number of projects, for example, here the Linux kernel, most contributors to the Linux kernel are actually employed to work on the Linux kernel. So the question of sustainability here the question isn't really, are people paid or not? It's, are people given enough time to work on critical infrastructure? The third question, and I think this is a key one, is it really a desirable outcome to have on one side charity-funded open source developers, and on the other, corporate developers or developers working for agencies, which are essentially writing glue code to combine all of the software that's built elsewhere? And for that, I want to quote DHH, which wrote in 2013 the following. Part of the reason much of open source is so good and often so superior to closed source commercial projects is the natural boundary of constraints. If you're not being paid or otherwise compensated directly for your work, you're less likely to needlessly embellish it. You're solving the problems for you and your mates, likely in the simplest way you could, so you can get back to whatever you originally intended to do before starting to shave the yak. So what DHH is saying here is, the fact that open source is created by developers that are actually building real applications is important. It creates open source that is of better quality because it really solves the real problem that the community or that they're trying to solve, and isn't trying to become a product that's attractive and that wants to be bought. Right. So I think that this notion that there's value in really having developers contribute to open source, I think is a really important one. And lastly, I really want to look at the question of the real value of open source and insist on the fact that it is beyond time for us as an industry to look beyond the value of the code itself and really look at the broader picture of what open source is, and essentially as open source in terms of the community of practice and a culture and a set of ways to develop software, and not just the code itself. And for this, I'm just going to sort of like close this talk with this diagram, which sort of like explains the way we generally tend to look at the problem of sustainability in open source from a corporate point of view. And essentially what we have here is on the left, corporations, and on the right, sort of like open source. And open source is represented by a pool of commons in which the software is swimming, and by sort of like the mythical creatures around it, which are open source developers. And so the way we look at this is essentially corporations just use that open source software, right? And when there are problems with open source software, it's not good enough, or there are security issues, the default mode of trying to fix the problem is to throw money at it, right? Which is very much how a Silicon Valley industry sort of thinks, is like, let's throw money at the problem and see if that helps the problem disappear. And so the idea behind this, of course, is by throwing money at the problem, this is going to incentivize open source developers to contribute to the pool of commons. And as a result, the corporations will be able to benefit from the perceived value, the source code of open source. And in reality, what's really important to understand is that the real value of open source, and there's like increasingly research that tends to prove and show this, is not so much in the code that's being produced, because that code is essentially free to use, right? It's completely commoditized. And so that's not really where you can capture value. No, where you can create and capture value is in how the practice of open source makes your company faster, more agile, how it builds a network of relationships across different teams and different corporations, how it helps your developers level up, increase their knowledge, increase their network, increase their understanding of the underlying technology on which you're building your own software, et cetera, right? And so the truth is that the real value of open source is really what those developers take back home to their own company as a result of contributing to this pool of commons, and as a result of being part of this community with whom they interact and with whom they actually create software. And so we need to really stop looking at corporations as this solid entity and really think that a corporation is actually full of people that can also themselves be contributors, so that instead of like throwing money at the problem, you essentially throw people that can participate in the underlying community and as a result benefit from the same networking and relationship building effects of participating in the community, and bring back that value to the corporations. And so essentially, what I'm here to say is, although charity-like funding is going to be useful in some scenarios and is valuable to the community, it's not alone by itself the solution. And the real way forward really is to normalize engineers contributing to open source as part of their day job. And the question, of course, is how do we do this? And to me, like the key to that is exactly how we got corporations to use open source a decade or 2 decades ago. It's to make them understand the return on investment of contributing to open source. And that's it. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your talk. Very interesting look on the issue. We don't have any questions so far on the tool. We can wait a second, and while we see if anyone sends in something there. Yeah, you're basically you were arguing for not only funding in a monetary sense, but more like the fostering the working together and the community aspect of it. Did I get that right, basically?
Absolutely, yeah. I think as an industry and as a community, we have sort of focused too much on the former, and not enough on the latter. And the economies of scale really show us clearly, like the size of the money that's involved, that we're not going to solve the problem with just the former. It's going to be useful for certain cases or certain people, but it's not going to work as a general solution, and it's also not really desirable, right? Like, open source is more than just trying to fund and have free source code that we can use. It's everything else. It's the community. It's the practices, and all of that has essentially more value than the code itself.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me see. Yeah, there are no questions here, but I think there might be people who want to talk in detail about this in the breakout room. So people can find you there in breakout room Prenzlauer Berg in a few minutes. Thanks very much for your talk. It was very interesting, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to having a broader conversation with this. I think you mentioned it's the Mitte room, though. Can you?
Oh, sorry.
Check?
Yes,
so I go in the right one.
The Mitte room. It is the Mitte room. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you so much for having me, and yes, looking forward to the conversation.
Okay. Welcome back on stage, Mitte. Now let me introduce our next speaker, Thomas Fricke. Thomas, hello. Today you will talk about digital sovereignty that is driving open source in Europe and Germany at the moment. We heard a bit about it in our keynote from Julia Reda, but I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on it. So thanks for being here.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the chance to explain it. And I listened to Julia's talk, and she's absolutely right. We have to define it, and sovereignty has a little bit a taste which must be explained, or we must define or exchange the verbing. Let's go to it. The content is a little bit, I will talk about this, and I will start with the history and the economy, and then digital sovereignty. Example is Gaia X, and there are a lot of other initiatives which are worth mentioning at the moment. A disclaimer, it's a little bit long, so I will not read everything. So I am not working in the public sector. I'm just doing everything there for free. At the moment, I make my money with Kubernetes, and especially Kubernetes security. So this is enough to do a little bit of free work in the public sector because it needs it, and it is steering into that Kubernetes direction. And I will go through it, and I will explain what I'm doing in the moment when it's important. So a little bit of history. I was part of the team in 2001, which promoted SUSE in the Deutsche Bundestag. We had partial success, and what we had to learn the hard way is that there is a lot of, they are not interested in technology. At least at this time, nobody was interested. SUSE was is a Nuremberg-backed company, and not even the member of parliament of that area and of that party have been any interest for SUSE. And we had a partial success, means IBM made the money, SUSE made the news or the headlines, and then finally we received the notice that it has been stopped by a hard lobbyist who is a member of the Atlantic Bridge, lobbying the car and the defense industry. So we never before I've met people with such a destructive power. And outside the public sector, open source developed quite well from the very early beginnings. When Chaos Computer Club in 1981 has been funded, everything was there, but they did not coin it or frame it as digital sovereignty. But if you read the manifest, it's very close to this. We had a lot of conferences here, partially organized by the team or the predecessor of the team, which is giving the conference here. We had the Linux Talk, Chemnitz in Brussels, the FOSSDamm. And in 2002, 2006, then Amazon started to become big and wanted to have this cloud-like business, and they adopted Linux because it was all cheaper. So one of the first really huge commercial adoptions was quite nearly 20 years ago. Today, we have a lot of organizations available. And as you might have noticed, all the startups in Berlin, or the not anymore startups like Zalando, Immobilien Scout, or the Idealo, all the bigger things, I cannot name them all, are using open source software. Kind of, they are promoting open source. They have an inner source program, and it's working quite well. If we talk about economy, we have to know the standard pattern. So it's making money, capital accumulation, and general pattern is you privatize the profits and socialize the losses. So this is one of these common patterns which we really don't like, but it's you will face it everywhere. And you have a politics of interest, which is not even easy to explain in English, because politics of interest is always economical framed in English. So it's kind of lobbyism. You have a lot of psychology, greed, FUD, and all the other things. And important, sometimes it's important to know what is not mentioned. So this is called the Reda deconstruction. I will present the slides with all the links in it, and we will see what this means in a few minutes. Does money make open source go round? Here is a list of the last acquisitions in the open source business. So public open source companies have been bought by other. Biggest one is Red Hat, bought by IBM, 34 billion. SUSE is rumored that it will have an IPO this year, about 6 billion. Docker failed to get acquired by Microsoft because they didn't want it. Rancher has been acquired by SUSE and so on. So you have hundreds of millions of acquisitions in open source. So it looks like it is a big business. But on the other side, if you look which companies had the most profit of open source, Apple with the BSD kernel, Microsoft, which is using canonical or Ubuntu software in its cloud, Amazon and Google, they are thousands of millions. So in German, we have this billion, in American it's trillion, so don't mix it. And if you compare to the next bigger companies like Tesla, SAP, or in Germany, they are factor of 10, or compared to the open source companies, factor of 50 bigger than the open source companies. So open source, a billion in open source looks big, but compared to the big platforms or the hyperscalers, it's not a huge number. One side remark, Germany always is proud of having found the the MP3 standard, but if you compare the money they earned by patents and compared to the value of Spotify, so the platform versus the patent business, it's a factor of 60. And other companies here in Berlin, they have a few billion and they are considered as large companies, but compared to the hyperscalers, they are really small. And if you compare to the money which has been held by private households in Germany, this is now even bigger. It's nearly 7 billion or trillion for the Americans money. So it's a huge number. So what it does not look like that money is a problem, but we have another problem here, which is the investment is not really working well. So we are in the middle of the pandemic, and even the most prominent companies, CureVac and BioNTech, which are now big pharma business, they had difficulties to get money for their business. So they need to ask the government for investment and not the VC market. So the VC market in Europe is completely defined. So all the companies which are successful are bought by other American funds. And this is a big problem here that we cannot really do the funding on that big scale. This is a reason why the American platforms are so successful. We could do other things, of course. We could raise taxes on property or tax the big platforms like Amazon. But as already it has been mentioned that raising the taxes in Germany is quite hard. And this is not capitalism by its own, by the way you also have big governmental investments which are going completely in the wrong direction. So what can we do on that, and compared to what is the value of open source? What are we contributing here? And here it only counts not the social aspect, not we are free developers. Sorry for that. I am very much with this aspect. But here, if we look into the hard numbers, we see by the Linux Foundation survey, 35% of the developers are European-based. And we make 1/3 of the actual growth with software in new products. And this there's another study that 80 until 95% of some of these products are open source. So effectively, there is a quarter of the growth directly related to open source software in Europe. So we have to claim this success, and we have to also claim some back for this money we already made. So there's a newer study, quantification, which says we are making every year in the open source business in Europe 95 billion. So nearly 100 billion per year is a contribution to the GDP. So this is a big number, and this is now on the table, and politics is really paying attention to it at the moment. But the question is, do we pay the right attention? One of the guys in the German open source business is Rafael de Laguna. He founded Open Exchange, where he was CEO. Now he is the founding director of the Sprint, Bundesagentur for Sprung Innovation, and he is promoting open source on the government level. There's an interview, and what I very much like and what I don't like, for example, it's the Linux Foundation. He's a pacifist at heart, I'm also. So if I'm not part of the open source business or one of the organizations, bigger organization, because they have too much promoting for the military business. And the more or less tipping point was this 2019 in Leipzig, where the Christian Democratic Party had their yearly Parteitag. So and he could announce that open source is now the government politics. So the biggest party in Germany, which the longest tradition of governing, has now adopted open source, and they are framing it different. They are framing it digitales Wirtschaftswunder. So Wirtschaftswunder is one of the things you should smile on, but it's effectively a miracle and it's a fairy tale. So don't believe in fairy tales, but it's a framing which says, okay, it's as relevant as it can be for the German economy. There are other things everybody wants to be on that list, but this is more interesting for the German politics. And behind the scenes, there is another motivation for going open source. We have had this Trump administration for 4 years, and it really threatened the independence of Europe, and there have been sanctions on decisions, if they are wrong or not, but the sanctions for things where it should be sovereign was not recognized as a very positive sign. And they immediately started, and this digital sovereignty, we will still have to define it, took off. And the bigger thing, which was never mentioned in the official news, was that there was a fear of a potential cloud boycott. So sources in the German government told me that they have been afraid that not only the pipeline and the and technology boycotts on the oil pipeline, not the data pipeline, the oil pipeline to Russia, have been threatened, but also there was an embargo under the hood that Germany would be cut off the cloud. So no Amazon, no Google, no Facebook anymore. So this was one real threat. And then they analyzed it, and there was a study, strategic market analysis, reducing the dependency on open source of software vendors, and it came out, surprise, surprise, they're heavily depending on software vendors, on proprietary software vendors. Another thread in the plot is the data. So it's not only about open source, it's also about data. And in 2014 and later, they framed this digital and data as a new oil. I absolutely hate this framing as a new oil, because what it's effectively meaning, you can see here, you see, what will be our deep water horizon. So this is not something which is predictable. It already has happened. We see a lot of breaches. and where data is, somebody will try to catch it and to get out of it. And what we also see is that they commented a lot of things. So the official line of the government is not very unambiguous. So somebody says, yeah, we want to have everything free and anything, and in the same department, they say, okay, we make this IT security, IT Sicherheitsgesetz law, which is effectively restricting our freedom. And these, for all the non-Germans, these German surveillance fantasies are propagating to the European level and come back, and then they go into law. This is not a big, not a very friendly approach on that. The role of the hyperscalers is very questionable. So you have seen the value is in the trillions or German billions of money. And what we also don't like is that they are aggregating customer and partner data on a big scale. And Amazon is very famous for squeezing partners out of the business. And Cory Doctorow calls the Amazon ecosystem the kill zone. So effectively, our entire economy will be killed because of these business practices. And we had seen notorious GDPR violations, the Cloud Act, and customers are forced into the cloud, for example, the Office 365 disaster, which is completely cutting us off from running our own version, even if we have paid for the proprietary solution. So this is not really something which is acceptable. And another thing which does not work is everything about intellectual property. So intellectual property has failed on nearly every scale, from very big, a few lines, a few notes in music, to Disney laws, to patents on in the industry. So and together with code and data, this means who owns the code, who owns the data. I think this is an unsolvable problem, and this is all going to be addressed at the moment. We have intrinsic arguments here against intellectual property. So intrinsic means only business arguments. It's an ineffective method of control. It's slow. It is not really giving us anything. You have seen the Fraunhofer MP3 example. Fraunhofer has split in several parts. There are parts they say we cannot open source our code because it weakens our patents. You see the entire framing at the moment is completely wrong. So other parts of Fraunhofer support open source, and it's a transition. You see this kind of transition in business everywhere. And this is one of these strategic market analysis. So they say in a PDF, yeah, we are depending on Microsoft and other software providers. And this is something, I'll just linked it if you want to read it. But this is what we told them 20 years ago. Okay. These are consultants. Yeah, they are paid a lot. And here is a positive thing. So now I will talk about digital sovereignty. And sovereignty itself is quite difficult wording. So in the US, sovereignty is related a little bit to the extreme right if you don't take care. And in this case, digital sovereignty means, the best definition I have seen here is from Peter Gansen. It's a concept that you as an individual, an organization, or a state are allowed to determine where you want to place your personal data and how it should be used. And this is something which is absolutely compatible even to the Chaos Computer Club. This is working in a way that we can say, okay, this is a definition we can work on, and this is a definition we can really use even in our contracts. And he has declared 4 principles. I think it's a little bit analog to the 4 freedoms of the GPL. And yeah, you need the right to store the data wherever you want. There should be standards. Standards should be open source. And the cloud services must be in a way that you follow the principles of the internet. The open systems must be interconnected without the need and the consent of a central authority. And education is a big part of the concept. So you really need to educate people on it. And then one of these outcomes was this project Gaia X. So this is our Bundesminister Altmaier. So he's the Secretary of State in the Department of Business or of Economy and Energy. And they very much claimed, here we have this digital summit, and now we are promoting it. And he's missing on this photo because he was so excited about this new step that he immediately had an accident and fall off the stairs, and he was not able to attend. What you also see is there is a lot of people here who not really contributed to the digital development of Germany. Worst guy is one of the official digital ministers, so for telecommunication and traffic. And here is the reality in Germany, 70 kilometers away from this digital summit. The fastest way of transporting data is by horse with which DVD on it. And by using promoting the internet in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in East Germany, they have effectively cut off the telephone lines because the digital wireless networks, the phone network is so weak that you cannot carry voice over IP, and then some parts of Eastern Germany have really no access to the internet, which is a catastrophe in the times of a pandemic. Okay, the next step was, as Julia already mentioned, there is no single country which can govern open source process. So first invitation always goes to France. And so the outcome is a European initiative. So it's at the end, it will be an AISBL. So it's by Belgian law, it's an Association Internationale Sans But Lucratif. And you have 22 founding members from the industry. So this means it's not a government-run project anymore. It's an industry-run project, and this is very much constructed after the way the German internet is constructed. So the D6 is also a German Genossenschaft, so it's also a non-profit organization, and they build all the backbones and the internet traffic in Germany. It works quite well. And you will have 300 day one members, which means there is a big support by the German and the European industry. So it's really on an industrial scale, and you see all the participants. I've worked for 7 of them, not related with Gaia X, but so this is more or less good representation. But also this Palantir, and it's not the Drupal Palantir, it's a Palantir which is responsible for the surveillance everywhere, wanted to attend, which means we needed a clarification. So the clarification here is definitely everybody has one vote. If you are in this ISBL, and if you are Google or if you're a small company, you have the same number of votes, which is exactly 1. So if Palantir wants to join, and they can join, then they have exactly one vote and cannot dominate. Even if the big cloud, if the hyperscalers would attend, they only would have one voice. So politics, we already mentioned. What is Gaia X, by the way? You see a lot of interesting colored slides, and here it is about the data spaces. It's about connecting data and software, and here is where I feel a little bit more familiar. Effectively, it's an OpenStack cluster or some platform, and there's kind of Kubernetes on top of it with all the network issues and the connections. So this is why I feel home in the Gaia X project. So I know most of the technologies, and this is quite an interesting technology stack. It's quite complicated, but it works. And here you see what they intend. They want to have a federated system of independent clouds, and they can have different levels, from a very public level to a very isolated level. And they all can be interconnected in a very, very defined way. So your data can flow from your hospital into a cloud provider's data center in a very defined and protected flow. This is the intention behind it. And there is the sovereign cloud stack, which is more or less the hello world of Gaia X. It is on GitHub. And the people who brought it there are, it's more or less the creme de la creme of the German open source developer. So Kurt Garloff is the main driver, and he was one of the kernel developers at SUSE, and Peter Ganten and the others also contribute a lot of the politics and the code in this project. What else? There's a demonstrator. You can click it. It effectively feels like Linux in 1991. So and this makes me 30 years younger. So I like it, but it's definitely not finished yet. It will be available end of the year. We will have, there are already demonstrators how it works. So please try it out. And if you are able to contribute, please contribute. Another thing which is quite interesting was the Corona app. So effectively, the highest instance of computer security is not an official institution, but it's a Chaos Computer Club. It has an absolutely veto blocking power. So if they don't like your solution and can correct it in a live session, it's done. So it happened to the German EID, the Personalausweis, and here with this activity in the German Corona app, they gain more or less the highest level of support. So Chaos Computer Club said, we cannot complain. So this is more or less what you need. And then the initiatives took off. So this is another of the German Digital Secretary of State. This is Markus Richter, CIO Bund. He is more or less the CIO of the German government computing. So, and he is driving a lot of initiatives. Christina Lang, she's a co-founder of Tech for Germany, supported from another digital Secretary of State, Kanzleramtsminister, so the highest people in Germany support at the moment open source. And this is quite necessary because the biggest project I know of at the moment is the Online Zugangsgesetz, so it's the online access law. It's a law which requires that every Bundesland, every country in Germany, and every contributor puts one of these building blocks of the entire German administration into an open source project. So this is a real huge open source project, and everything must be open source, and it's based on Kubernetes. So you see a lot of microservices here, and if you have ever worked in a bigger microservice problem, this means we have you have a really huge distributed system, 600 services, which turns out to be whatever, a few thousand different different containers. It enforces automatically different organizations, CI/CD pipelines, security, process changes, everything you need. You have to address the attack vector because this will be a first-class target. And this does not work without open source, and everybody knows that it's not possible to build this with proprietary solutions. So, yeah, this is a standard control council. They complained a lot of the government in Germany. This is something I've been part of. There will be a governmental code repo, not because we are not able to use GitHub, but because we have, as Julia already mentioned, we have to lower the barrier to contributions. This means it should be easy for everybody in the German administration to contribute to code, to take code, and it should be legally compliant. And there should be everything integratable. It could be integrated in GaiaX. It will be open, of course. It will be another open source repository where the German government hopefully will guarantee that this code, which is there, is compliant to all the rules and all the laws, and then it can be reused in Europe. And we will also reuse a lot of code from other European countries. And already in the news is the planning for the Center of Digital Sovereignty. Disclaimer, I'm under NDA, but what you can read in the news already, without me breaking the NDA, is that it will be a very huge OSPO, and it will be have a lot of connections to all other OSPOs and open source projects without taking over open source projects. It cannot really control everything, but it will be a big and first stop for all projects which have relations to the government in the near future. Another thing, personally, because I like also the approach of getting independent of the hardware dependencies, the RISC-V project is taking off in Europe because NVIDIA has acquired ARM for 40 billion. It's hardware, so therefore I did not mention it. Intel more or less is in a burnout state. It's more or less not usable anymore in a security-aware environment. And RISC-V will be an independent architecture because RISC-V architecture is under the Ph.D. license, so we can use it. And there are European initiatives which will be hopefully in the next few years lead to completely independent hardware. So hopefully see processors, supercomputer processors, which are faster than what we see at the moment from the big contributors in 2024. What is missing? Not everything is under open source, and some of the promises are still broken. Even the German health system, Gematik, is delivering, but not everything, I think. And what is not delivered at the moment is the source code of the Bundesdruckerei. They are responsible for all the passport systems, and they try behind the scenes, because they are controlled by secret services in Germany, to keep as much control as possible. And this will be, it's a little bit sad, because some of these initiatives to get your passport on your mobile phone should and must be open source, and otherwise they will be broken. And I'm looking forward to the talks where somebody on stage is going to break it and to break out of the secure Samsung containers. It's a challenge, but what I've seen so far is that there are people who will make a PhD thesis out of it. So the conclusions at the moment. Yeah, open source is going big in business now and accepted by the government. We see a lot of progress. We are in the transition phase. We have many gaps. Public sector is an absolutely brown field, so there is no something we can write new code from scratch. Projects are struggling, but not by technical issues. Even individual efforts can have a big impact if you promote it to the right person. You will be invited to a board where you can decide. So stay tuned. Fighting for this kind of data sovereignty is a big driver in the German government at the moment. See a lot of progress, a lot of building areas, and it's important. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you. If you want to contact me, I will be in the breakout session after this. Let's go, and I'm happy to hear your questions.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for your talk. Yes, there is one question. Maybe we can do that real quick before we go over to the breakout room. Someone asked, what do you think is the way forward? Is it projects like Gaia X, or if it's not, what do you think is missing at the moment?
I think Gaia X is a big progress because now we can build our own cloud. So we don't have to wear the t-shirts. The cloud is just another guy's computer. Now we will be able to build our own cloud in a separate environment. It's like Linux in 1991. Nobody would have believed that somebody could clone the Unix kernel and make a public project out of it. Nobody would have believed it at that time, but it happened. And the complexity is immense, but we will handle it and we will learn it. And the other things which are lacking, we will see. We have to, now we can make the pressure. If the official institutions are on board, and if somebody in the government asks, why is the software for your ID card not public, you need a reason for that.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, for any further conversations on digital sovereignty, people can now join you in our breakout room, Mitte, and you will be there. We will be around for a few questions there. Thanks very much for your talk.
Thank you very much.
See you.
See you.
Good afternoon, good day to everyone. Welcome to the next session in Mitte, which is actually where I am right now, in Mitte in Berlin. I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, and I will put on my best Swedish pronunciation for Kenneth Frantzen, who is, yeah, not bad, okay. And he's going to talk with us today about how to infect and indoctrinate today's youth in the ways of free and open source software. He has some experience in this field, being a teacher, I believe, in high school in Sweden. So secondary education. So looking forward to hearing about how our next generation can continue in our footsteps. Off to you, Kenneth.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope you've all been enjoying the conference so far. I've been, at least. Some really interesting ideas flowing out there. And I'm glad to see you all here now. I hope you will at least find some interesting discussion points out of all the things I will talk to you about, the material I will bring forth. But firstly, the question on everyone's lips: who am I, and what right do I have to have an opinion? Well, Kenneth Frantzen is my name, as you heard, and I work as a web development teacher. So I worked as a web developer before, but now I mainly teach, and it's on the west coast of Sweden. And my students, they can become anything from software engineers to web developers or network technicians. And you might have heard my voice before, perhaps. I've been on a few podcasts like Hacker Public Radio or All in IT Radio, or maybe not. Well, the thing about youth, I mean, we are in the open source community, the free and open source community, we have sort of built in this idea of propagating our beliefs, and we like to talk about what we're interested in. We enjoy spreading the word, as it were, about what we do and why we do it. And somehow we often get our kids, if we are old enough to have kids, or perhaps our acquaintances, involved in some way or another. And that is true even though the thing that we are talking about is somewhat, I shouldn't say inherently boring, but I mean, we are talking about code and licensing of code here. It isn't the most spectacular and most interesting of fields, however you look at it. But it is a very effective way to produce and govern software. And that is something we have discovered, and that is something we believe in. So as a teacher, I have sort of a responsibility to give this knowledge to others. Right, I should have switched image here. The image you see here is from a Drupal camp in Gothenburg, where I live. And you can find me on this picture if you look at the lower left part in a Firefox t-shirt behind a balloon. That is me. And the one actually who posted this picture is the man on the top left, Adam Evertsson, who got this conference together, Drupal camp. And Drupal is, as I guess many of you know, a CMS, content management system, which is very popular. It's one of the greatest ones, most used ones, after, of course, number one, which is WordPress. So I've been involved in such conferences as well. And I try to take in, when I have older pupils, students, I try to bring them to these conferences if possible. And it is a good way to make them see and make them appreciate that what I say isn't the only voice that says this. Because when you are in a classroom situation, it sort of becomes the teacher saying something and the pupils, the students listening and shrugging, just thinking that, yeah, well, that's what he says. And of course, that is not how education should be. Me and my colleagues, we try all the time to integrate our education with conference talks like this one, to show the pupils, show the students that we are part of a global movement, and there are a lot of people that actually think this is important. All right, but still it's not easy to reach students. They are in sort of a troublesome position. They are surrounded by a lot of people and a lot of organizations that is not really interested in free and open source software. And if we just give an eye to what sort of companies they are surrounded by, well, we have this famous example, Microsoft, who went from saying that Linux is a cancer and open source software is communism and a threat to society, under Steve Ballmer as CEO of Microsoft, to what we hear now recently, where as well the CEO of Microsoft, but now Satya Nadella, says that we are all in on open source. So they have made a change. They have made an image change and an idea change, which is mainly governed by their need to embrace open source or go under, to be totally frank, because they are seeing themselves more and more as a cloud company, as does many other companies. The internet has really changed the way that companies reach their customers. So being a cloud company, you cannot ignore open source, because FOSS is what built the internet. It's what it's built on. And no matter how you think about it, you can't escape that. But even though a large company like Microsoft can have these ideas and intentions, which so far seems well meant, and they actually do contribute to the FOSS community today, which is very nice to see. But still, that is something that occurs on a plane and on a horizon which my students never reach or never see. It doesn't affect them, because the software that runs in these clouds and the software that they run isn't really in any way or form affected by this. I mean, if they buy a new Xbox, what does that say about free and open source? I'm certain there are some free and open source in the Xbox, and there probably are some documentation that recites the GPL somewhere. But the 14-year-old who is playing on that game system probably doesn't know or care either. So this is what the companies they are surrounded by are like. And we have a situation where, well, it's the law of least resistance. I mean, Adobe Photoshop is equivalent to editing pictures, but it shouldn't have to be. And a large part of that is not only that Adobe is good at making themselves known in the public, but also that the alternatives are not known by those who should teach the alternatives. So students, they know what the latest, coolest, most expensive things are, and they want them. They want to be cool in the eyes of their peers. And who doesn't, really? Okay, so that is the corporate side of things, what actually influences students that way. But what does the government think? How does the government approach free and open source software in relation to education in Sweden? Well, there are things being said from time to time. In the latest 10 years, there have popped up thoughts and ideas about implementing more FOSS in the way that the country is governed and how the schools operate. And we have a couple of quotes here on screen. You see, they started an organization, the government started an organization which had in part the mandate to strive for public administration, as far as possible, to build its solutions on open standards, use open source software, and so on. So that has actually been written from the government on official paper, and well, stuff happened with that organization, but that is neither here nor there. And if you read the instructions given by the government for the secondary educational system in Sweden, it says actually what you see in the second quote here, that the school should be open to different ideas and encourage their expression. It should emphasize the importance of forming personal views and provide opportunities for doing this. It is also a strong, you can find strong wording for democracy and ethical thinking, ethical reflections about how what you learn as a student, how that affects the rest of the country and the rest of the world, our fellow human beings. And in that, sure, it's not really directly related to free and open source, but still, in that you can find the idea of FOSS actually quite snugly making its place. And especially since we have sort of the situation where it's not even mentioned at all. So it absolutely, there is room for free and open source. And if I just mention quickly about how the Swedish educational system is built, if you are somewhat involved in education anywhere in the world, you probably recognize a few of these ideas and the way this is organized. But the main thing for you to take from this is that you have compulsory school that is 9 years, and that is from ages 7 to 15. And then you have upper secondary school, which isn't compulsory, but most actually do continue to study, and that is 16 to 19 years of age. And after that, you go on to university or some other higher vocational education. And that could be, 2 years to become a network technician, or 3 years to become a network engineer, or anything in there between. So I am situated in the middle of this map in upper secondary school. In Sweden, it's called gymnasiet, and it's actually a name derived from a gymnasium, but it's the original meaning of the word. So upper secondary school, ages, say 16 to 19, that is the late teens, students are discovering the world in a way that they haven't done earlier in their education. And these 3 years, they have the possibility to choose what kind of education they want. So we have 20, 30, whatever, how many there are, programs or education that they can choose between. And I teach on one of those programs. So I'm teaching mainly, as I mentioned, web development. All right, so the government has made it possible to teach about free and open source in the upper secondary school. There are room for that, and there are possibilities to talk about it if you look at stuff like the curriculum for the individual courses. But it is the municipalities that actually are behind and sponsor and take care of these schools. So we have 290 municipalities in Sweden who try to do their best. And each municipality buy their own software. And that is software from the cloud, like if we talk about student platforms, learning platforms, but also what computers should be bought and what software should be on them. So that isn't the best idea, because you don't have the competence in most municipalities to do to find good software. Rather, you hear something from your friend on the golf course from the next municipality over, and then you go with what he says. So we have been stuck with a lot of bad software through the years, and a lot of the reason for that is that the municipalities doesn't have the competence, as the scientist mentions in the quote here that I found in a magazine just last week. Teachers are, if it's like herding cats to administer programmers, well, it's like herding kittens. I don't know what's worse, actually, because teachers are so set in their ways. 10 years ago, we we tried to implement open office at our school. And the idea was that, well, we have a lot of money to save going from Microsoft Office. And they actually went as far as rolling out open office on all the pupils' computers, but not on the teachers' computers. Why? Well, because a handful of teachers had some Excel sheets with some sort of programming in them that they had used for 10 years, and they would never under any circumstances be able to translate that to open office. And since they didn't have the same functionality and the differences that Microsoft implemented, there were so many problems with the students and the teachers not having the same software that the next year they rolled out Microsoft Office again. But it's not hopeless. I mean, we had the pandemic now, and from one day to the other, almost all teachers seamlessly went over to teaching their courses via Zoom or Teams or whatever, with the kids being home. And so there is a possibility for change, but it's hard to see what makes it possible. So how do we, in this environment, approach this then? Well, these are two of my closest colleagues on the screen, and we talk a lot about how to get these students who have never even thought about licensing before, how to get them to understand FOSS in a good way. And the first year when they arrive, we don't get in touch with them that much because neither one of us have any courses with the first years, unfortunately. But the library at our school does a good job of introducing Creative Commons to them. So the library visits all the classes in year 1, and they explain how Creative Commons works and how you find works that are released under such a license. So that is a first taste of it. And then in the second year, then they come to me and study the course Web Development 1, and also a primary basic computer course, like this is a screen, this is a processor, this is what makes up a computer, etc. And then we really try to give them as much as they can handle from the start. So we actually begin with how to become a hacker by ESR, and talk about the hacker ethos and what started and what was the foundation for what later become the FOSS movement, and this idea that you shouldn't reinvent the wheel, and it's always better if we actually collaborate to create software. And which has been proven by now, you would think, that it is actually a better way to produce software. And this we introduce them to, as well as great examples of software being developed that way, like Inkscape and GIMP, VirtualBox 7-zip. We talk a bit about Linux, as well as the CSS framework Bootstrap. But then we really dive into it in the third year, where we talk about Drupal, of course. We give them the chance to try out Docker, the LAMP stack, Git. And as they get in contact with software, and they get in contact with software that others have built in this way, well, it's still not easy, but they start to see and start to understand why it is important and what the benefits are. But then to say that they actually become FOSS enthusiasts, well, no, not at all. Perhaps 1 in 30 become an enthusiast and enters the free and open source community. But otherwise, I would say the main student body, they listen and puts it away somewhere in their mind, and then it's not important anymore. The big problem for us as teachers, I think, is to make it not seem hard. To set up Docker and a LAMP stack and Drupal virtual container and start collaborating with code on GitHub or similar. I mean, for us it's easy because Docker is simpler than Vagrant was, and Vagrant was much better than what we had before, and so on. But for them, coming to this from nowhere, not really understanding virtualization, neither full virtualization or container virtualization, they struggle. And it's hard for me to make sure that their struggle doesn't leave them with a bad taste in their mouths regarding Drupal or FOSS, when the problem is perhaps that they should have. The problem lies in the infrastructure, I think. And perhaps we are trying to teach them too much. Perhaps we are too enthusiastic. Perhaps we shouldn't give them the Docker treatment, but already made container in Kubernetes or equivalent, and just let them build there. But it is still a part of what we are supposed to teach them. They are supposed to learn about these things. And if they go out to a company and search for a job, which they can do after the 3 years with us, they will find companies that work with these technologies all the time. I have acquaintances in the FOSS community and in the web development community, and we have visited them at their companies and we asked about what kind of stacks they use, what kind of software they use. And we really try to use the same things when we educate our students. So the biggest problems, the biggest thresholds we have to pass to get the growing generation to understand and accept FOSS is obscurity, as it ever has been, as it has been since forever. They simply don't know it exists or why they should care. And the other is that it sort of is moving out of reach into the cloud, and that way they never get in contact with it. Or that teachers and municipalities in Sweden, at least, and I guess it's the same in most of Europe, simply doesn't have the knowledge needed to leave the safe bosom of Microsoft and Adobe and introduce the alternatives. And also that not all the software is as polished as it perhaps could be to make the transition as easy as possible for the students. That is what I've noticed and what I've identified. Shall we take some questions, perhaps? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth. That was a very interesting talk. I have 2 kids myself, and so I'm always curious about how, in German public school, so I'm always curious about how this is done in other places. We certainly have our fair share of similar problems, it sounds like, especially when it comes to dealing with teachers with laptops and matching software with students and funding and networking and high-speed internet. And yes, seems like it's a common problem. Yep. There are no questions that are coming up just yet, but I actually have a question for you. Based on the years that you've been doing this, have you seen kids come back later and say, like, hey, this was really useful for me, and in what context was it useful for them? Or did they find that like it took them a lot longer to understand the fundamentals so that they could get a grasp of why FOSS is important?
Yes, absolutely. I have met students that perhaps 5 years later realize that, wait a minute, what Kenneth taught me actually is something I find useful now, and it actually is what people use and how this how it works in the real life, so to speak. That they didn't really make the connection when I was teaching them, but later when they went out, got a job and so forth, they found that this is really how it works, and this has really helped me. And we have students who stay for a 4th year, and they go out to a company and works there as a part of the curriculum. And they always come back and tell us how much more they know than even the people at the company, because we are in the forefront of what we teach and which corresponds with what companies actually need.
That sounds great. That's really, I mean, it's impressive to see all of that coming back to you. So there are a couple of questions that have come up as well. So one of them is, from your personal experience, was it that catches the interest of young people for FOSS? So you mentioned 1 in 30 was enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I guess put it another way, maybe, is like, of the other students or of that, for that enthusiast, like what is it in particular about FOSS that sort of like really clicks for them?
I mean, it is not the GPL. I mean, what they actually go for is they discover vector graphics and Inkscape and realize how empowering that is when they start to draw and create, or Blender, or one of these softwares that are a really good example of FOSS. It's the software that draws them in. And it doesn't have to be much. I mean, some only discovers Linux and find that this does suit me much better. And as soon as they appreciate the software, whatever it is, the appreciation of FOSS comes with it. And then they start to, in a small way, evangelize and discover other pieces of software that helps them move forward.
Yeah, okay. So one other question is, what do you feel open source projects could do to make their projects more interesting and accessible to younger contributors? And if there's anything in particular to be aware of regarding safeguarding, I guess, for young minds, let's say.
I love the things that Canonical has done. I don't know if they do it anymore, but when they pick bite-sized bugs to fix, even if it's the documentation, that I mean, of course, every project should focus on their software, but also have a look at the instructions for that software to make it simple and easy to understand, regardless of age, because that's not that difficult. To make sure that the video snippets that explain one or other functionality is easy to understand for everyone. And also to include students and people who are trying to learn programming or trying to get into the community, to give them these small ways to help and to contribute. I think that is very important.
Okay, so also contributions in terms of bug reports and improvements to documentation, stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And in terms of safeguarding, I mean, keeping things in mind that these are 16 to 19-year-olds, should projects consider like a special section of documentation for a younger audience? Is there anything else in mind that you would like open source projects to be doing in that sense?
I feel that would put too great a strain on the project.
Okay.
I think, and these are students that are surprisingly mature in the way that they handle technology. They aren't strangers to reading manuals and such. I mean, they have grown up with it in a way that we haven't. So I think that to make them a special place, no, it's not necessary. But of course, it's better to put that work and that time into making sure that the ordinary documentation and the ordinary visible places of the project is as polished as can be.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So someone was asking, thinking more about, regarding that question about the last one, was thinking more about child safety. So working one-on-one with adults from around the world fully digitally. So let's say they're collaborating with someone and someone asks to do a video chat or something like this. So keeping in mind that there are youth. Any ideas? Has this ever happened? Any ideas for maybe ways to safeguard kids?
We have been blessed in not having that problem, and a part of that is that since they only start learning programming year 2, they are not there until year 3, and that's when they turn 18.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, and then the rules are a bit different, and it's it's more or less their own responsibility
Right.
Of course, we always try to warn them about the problems that can exist.
Yeah. Do you find that at that age, when kids are coming in, they already have some experience understanding from their other teachers or from their parents how to be safe on the internet? Is this sort of a common, well-known, common knowledge, or is it still? I'm curious as well for myself. What do I have to do to prepare my kids?
10 years ago, well, I started teaching 12 years ago, but 10 years ago, I had a class where a 17-year-old girl, she had her own blog, and she was frequently posting pictures of herself in a bikini and scantily clad. And I took this as an example in class to make them see that you don't know who's watching this.
Yeah.
And I don't feel that any one of my students would do that today. So something has changed this last decade. And I think that the educational system has caught up now. And I at least hope that it is because they have been properly warned.
Great. All right, we are just wrapping up for time. So I would invite anybody else to join us in the breakout room, breakout Mitte, where we can have some more chat, some more follow-up. Otherwise, we'll see everybody in a few more minutes for the next session. Thank you again, Kenneth, much appreciated. And keep up the good work.
And we are back on stage Mitte with another talk, this time by Leslie Hawthorn. I'm very happy to have you here today. And Leslie will be talking about parenting, schooling children, and all of that in the times of Corona, taking care not only for other people, but also for ourselves. So I'm interested to hear your experiences.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paul. Good day, everyone. I'm really pleased to have you here joining me for this presentation here at FOSS Backstage. This is my third FOSS Backstage, obviously the first virtual one. I wanted to start my opening remarks by letting everyone in the audience know that one of the reasons why I felt particularly responsible for bringing these messages to our community is I recognize my own enormous privilege in that, I am a white, well-educated woman working in the tech industry, and therefore, when I am facing the challenges of living in Corona times and the stresses that brings to all of us, I'm doing so from a place where my position is relatively safe and secure, though my life may be difficult. And I wanted to give voice to some of the experiences that other folks are having who are not in a position to be able to critique the system or the modality in which they operate because they do not have that same privilege themselves. Just a couple quick words about myself. I am currently working as a manager in Red Hat's open source program office. I've been working in the open source space for almost 20 years now, and this talk is just me sharing my own personal experiences as a parent in the times of Corona. This isn't any reflection of my employer's thoughts on the matter, although I guarantee there will probably be a couple of love letters to Red Hat during this talk, just because I think that the way that they've handled working with their employees during the pandemic has been superb. So to get into the meat of our presentation for today, it should come as no surprise to anyone that we live in very tender times. Life is very, very difficult right now, and it's not simply the global pandemic. Even before we were all putting our lives on hold and adjusting to the new normal that is the coronavirus, the world was a very challenging place to live in to begin with, right? We had global civil unrest, including in places where I think many folks didn't expect to see civil unrest occurring, such as in the United States, where I'm originally from. We had global trade wars escalating. We were noticing the strains of the globalization impact and how that had stretched our supply chains. And as we searched for economies of scale, that left our ability to be resilient in times of crisis impaired. And then so that all sort of exploded and was brought together when in fact a moment of crisis challenged that overall resilience to our global systems. And now here we are living, through a global pandemic, while in the meantime, all the other sources we may have had of sort of existential angst or stress remain, right? We're all still wondering how we're going to provide well for ourselves and our families. We are all still probably concerned about the impact of climate change on our futures. The number of displaced persons worldwide continues to grow due to climate change, global conflict, et cetera. So it is not as though we are only experiencing the stress of our changed lives in the pandemic. Life was already pretty stressful to begin with. And now in our new normal, my thesis is actually that we have reached an almost impossible challenge as individuals in order to simply cope with the stresses of our daily life. And hopefully throughout the course of this presentation, in addition to bringing to light some of those challenges, I will also be able to share some ways to, this is not staged, I promise. Okay, beloved, I am right in the middle of giving a talk about parenting when your little one is at home because of Corona. Do you need me to help you right this second, or can mommy help you in 5 minutes?
Right this second.
Right this, what do you need help with?
So I need the Tony set like the Elsa.
Okay, can you bring me the basket of Tonys and I will find it?
There are no any more Tonys in there except little Playmobil pieces.
Okay, honey, I can't do this right this moment. Okay, do you want to sit on my lap?
No, I wanted to look. You need to look for it on your back and your back.
Here is a demonstration of love and parenting in the time of Corona. for the sake of actually being able to continue this presentation, I'm going to go help her out real quick and come right back. And I am very sorry to everyone who is participating in the live stream. Excuse me, I will return post haste. Parenting crises shown here, actual size. Thanks everyone for your patience. So as I was saying before my untimely departure, hopefully throughout the course of this presentation, in addition to identifying some of the challenges that many of us are facing and helping to create some empathetic interactions around those challenges, we'll also talk about ways that we can help build resilience in ourselves and in our communities as we face this nearly impossible challenge. So one of the goals that I have with this talk is actually to make the invisible visible. And what I mean by that is, I think we've all read enough think pieces about how we have Zoom fatigue and we are exhausted by only meeting folks on video, and we don't have the same sort of dopamine reaction with video-based communications as we do with in-person interactions, and how that is causing a global level of exhaustion in how we interact with one another. I think we've all read the articles talking about how there's been an increase in job loss, economic disturbance around the virus, et cetera. Like we have an understanding that these things are going on, but if these problems aren't necessarily directly impacting us, I don't think we have a good sense of what it means to have these particular experiences. And one thing that has deeply rooted in my own experience of living through Corona was a talk I had very early on with a good friend of mine about the challenges that I was facing as a parent, and how my time was bifurcated and it was very hard to focus, and all of the same things that many other people are experiencing. And her response was to say, I think that this is the first time that people really understand what it's been like for me my whole life living with a disabled spouse. And that to me was extremely profound, right? I had known this person for many, many years, and I had known that they had a disabled spouse, and I was sympathetic to that, but I did not have any kind of understanding of what that meant on a day-to-day basis for that person's life, because I had never experienced it. It wasn't because I lacked sympathy or care. It was because there was no real way to have that understanding, having not lived through it myself. And so that I'm hoping that by sharing some of these stories today, I will be able to make those invisible things visible and tangible to each of us as an exercise in growing our empathy. So here we are in days where to say that childcare options are scarce, I think is a generous way to put it. We are in a situation where, for the first time, there are many, many people worldwide who are doing their work where possible from the comfort and safety of their homes, but they're also doing it where there are no actual resources to help them care for their offspring. And this is considerably challenging because you get interrupted while you're giving presentations at great conferences like FOSS Backstage, or you're simply in a constantly interrupt-driven environment because you have to handle the needs of your children while handling your own needs as a person without the usual resources you may call upon in order to make your precious time resources stretch farther, such as being able to go out to eat for a meal instead of cooking it at home yourself, or being reliant upon other childcare options that are no longer available to you because you can't invite someone over to watch your kids in the afternoon if you have an important meeting, because that's just simply not something we're doing anymore. So I bring this point to the fore because I think we're all probably now used to somebody's kid bouncing into one of our meetings and being really, hopefully generous and accepting of that as part of our new normal. But what I think is invisible to some extent is just the enormous mental pressure that comes with the feeling that you're in a position where you are not able to give the amount of presence that you want to your children, and you're not able to give the amount of presence that you want to your work, and that you are effectively failing at both of your endeavors, right? Which can be have a really negative psychological impact on an individual, because we are creatures who like to succeed, and where we feel like we are trapped in a situation where we cannot succeed because we cannot do well for either side. It can be exhausting and a drain on our mental health resources. And additionally, I don't want to suggest at all that the only folks who are struggling with care responsibilities are those who are caring for children. I myself am caring for children, but I also have several elder care responsibilities as well. And I know folks who have much deeper elder care responsibilities to parents or other aged loved ones. And one of the stories that I wanted to share today was my Red Hat mentor. Actually, at the start of the pandemic, his family made the choice to have his father move into their home because they were concerned that he would not be as safe living in a senior citizens center. And so not only was their family coping with the need to bring the children into the home, adjust to homeschooling, a whole bunch of different responsibilities there, but simultaneously, now elder care responsibilities were a part of that, and all within the scope of a home that was never designed nor anticipated to be one in which there would be another adult living in that location. There's also something to be said for the overall, again, talking about items of overarching concern. As we look at news reports about what is happening worldwide, with the state of the infrastructure that's meant to care for our elderly populations, those infrastructure resources are straining. The businesses that have chosen to be in the area of caring for senior citizens have found themselves financially devastated due to the requirements for coping with the pandemic that have exponentially increased costs, while the folks that they care for are typically on a fixed income. And there's a very good chance that there's going to be some huge destabilization in our ability to rely on social infrastructure that has been created to care for the elders in our lives. So, again, the impact of the pandemic is not just about our youngest, most vulnerable members of our society. It's about our elders and who are on the other end of the spectrum of most vulnerable members of our society. Additionally, as we are facing all of these challenges, I would say mental health care resources are scarce or non-existent. As somebody who believes that mental health care with professional service is an extremely important part of my own self-care regimen, I am fortunate in that I had access to mental health care resources prior to Corona ever becoming a part of our lives, and yet I know many, many people who, because of the pandemic, they felt very emotionally and healthy and secure prior to all of the changes. And now that these changes have taken place, they are looking for additional support and help around their mental health and well-being. And unsurprisingly, there are not sufficiently available trained professional resources to cope with the increased demand for mental health care that have come about because of the pandemic. So while we are now coping with extreme stressors, completely different situations than we were used to handling, an unprecedented change in the way of just going about our daily life in a time when we were all fairly stressed even before Corona came to us. This has been something that is hugely devastating to folks, because when you find that you are in need of care and you go to ask for it and then suddenly discover it is not available, that is, it's a dire situation to be in. And while we're talking about the challenges faced by folks during the times of Corona, I want to be really clear that the impact of the pandemic has disproportionately disenfranchised and negatively affected women, hands down. So if we look at our life outside of the time of the pandemic, I think it's pretty clear and very, very well documented that household work or the domestic economy falls disproportionately to women. The expectation is that women will do much of the household labor as opposed to their male partners. And that was a difficult situation, which I think a lot of folks in society were attempting to negotiate for quite a while and looking to bring about positive change. But in the wake of the pandemic, the strain that creates has become that much more manifest. I remember at the very start of lockdowns back in March of last year, I would literally spend 5 hours a day doing laundry, just because if we left the house to go get groceries, every single article of clothing needed to be cleaned. We all took a shower. This was the current guidance, and having that, and that was simply one of the household tasks that needed to be done. Now add on to that cooking 3 meals a day when before one might have gotten takeout food or not needed to do that because people would be outside of the home for some of those meals, and that was not a responsibility that fell to someone in the home. Keeping the place clean, making sure that there are clean dishes, etc. All of this disproportionately impacts women, because women are typically expected to be the ones in the household who are doing that work to begin with. And it is not as though more time resources suddenly became available in women's lives at the start of the pandemic to take on all of these increased care responsibilities. There's also the unfortunate fact that what we look at as short-term challenges are actually incredibly negatively impactful to women's careers long-term. So we are seeing a record number of women leaving the workforce in order to stay at home and perform care work for children or for aged relatives. More often than not, women are the ones making the sacrifices when it comes to their careers as opposed to their male partners. In some cases, that is because their male partners earn more because of the well-documented wage gap between men and women's earnings. So we have a systemic problem of the wage gap coming in and impacting women's ability to be successful in the future, because since the wage gap existed and their labor has been valued less economically, they are therefore the ones to drop out of the workforce and then take the economic hit of then trying to re-enter the workforce later, competing for jobs when those jobs are able to be taken by several folks who want to re-enter the workforce, potentially not having the opportunity to go back to the same work or at the same level of seniority as they did before. And even for those who do not drop out of the workforce, who remain in professional employment, there are just simply not the same set of opportunities available to you when you are trying to do your best to be an effective human being during a global pandemic. Just sharing my own experience, I've been working very hard on a management track promotion at Red Hat for a while now, working in concert with my manager. We had a great plan, several projects that we were going to complete, stuff to execute. That's fantastic. And I've chosen to deprioritize working on a promotion track this year simply because it is not possible for me to do the kind of work required to advocate for my ability to be promoted. Okay, so that's fair, and that's a choice that I've made, and it's a reasonable choice to make. But what that means is effectively there's going to be 1 to 2 years where I should have been in the ready to be promoted, ready to move my career seniority up, my earning potential up, etc. They're simply gone, and they're simply gone because this short-term challenge actually it ends up having a very long-term effect, because if the choice is between career trajectory versus family care versus the ability to perform some sort of self-care by not, burning myself out trying to do too much in an impossible time, the choice to me is obvious, right? It's care for my child and it's care for myself. So while we are thinking through the challenges that women are facing right now today and how, it sucks to be the one who gets interrupted during your Zoom meeting because your children more often than not will probably ask mom where their Tony is and not someone else in the house. It's not just the day-to-day difficulties. It's that what we're experiencing right now is going to have long-term cumulative effects on our careers. And, we're working and trying to do our very best to continue being effective in this new normal. Against the backdrop of realizing that we are taking a serious long-term hit while we are struggling to make things, work day to day. And I think the hardest thing for me as a professional woman, and I know that I echo a sentiment that I've heard expressed many, many times in one-on-one conversations with friends over video. No matter what you do, no matter what choice you are making, you are always choosing to either neglect your work and be less successful there, neglect your family and be successful there, and potentially have long-term repercussions in terms of your offspring's emotional, mental health, their cognitive development, etc., and yourself, right? Something, no matter what, is being sacrificed. And sometimes it's all three of those things, just simply to continue to maintain. And that is an extremely, extremely uncomfortable position to be in, because I think, given the choice, none of us would choose to would choose to neglect those things. And certainly for women, where we have again well-documented tendencies to prioritize our own needs last when it comes to either care for our families or making sure that we excel in our careers. Now we're in a position where it's not only a question of whether or not our needs are prioritized last, it's a question of whether we're going to meet our needs at all, because some of us are trying to squeeze in our ability to get our jobs done at 3 o'clock in the morning before the children wake up, and then again at 8 p.m. at night until midnight in order to get our work done after they go to sleep. So again, as I've said before, this is a near impossible challenge that we face. So enough gloom and doom, and enough it hurts. What is it that we can do to improve these matters, right? There has to be a light at the end of this tunnel. It's not a train. So the first thing that I would advocate for is to start with empathy, right? When you're interacting with your colleagues and your coworkers, please try to be empathetic about their situations based on what you may know of them as human beings or what they may have shared with you. So, a couple of hot takes. Gentlemen, if you are in a meeting with several of your female colleagues whom have children and whom do not have partners who do not work outside the home, right? Do not spend 5 minutes of your meeting ranting about how hard it is for you when the kids are at home, when you have a partner at home who also helps you with all of these tasks and does not have full-time work, because it can make things very uncomfortable for your female colleagues who are navigating the exact same situation you are, but do not have the resources of an additional pair of hands or partner to focus on those domestic economy needs. And also, for those of us who don't have children, who are seeing kids bounce off the walls during video conference meetings, remarks like "that's why I didn't have kids" are not super helpful. It may be true. It's not necessarily the best thing to share at that moment in time. And I would also like to say that, for those of us who are struggling with these additional care responsibilities that are new and unprecedented, also having some empathy for our colleagues who are not necessarily facing that challenge, right? Like, it is very clear to me that there are folks on, my team or within my company who they don't have children, and they are working a lot harder, much, much harder, to fill the gaps that are left because those of us who do have family care responsibilities are not able to give as much as we once were, right? And having some empathy and some kindness for the amount of stress and pressure that they are feeling to perform because we are not able to give as much as we once did, I think is really important too. And not only being empathetic and aware of it, but thanking them for taking that time to support us, and being really clear that we know that that is happening and that we acknowledge it and we're grateful. Create environments where real talk is safe, right? I am very fortunate that, you know, the company I work for encourages real talk and open communication, and the team that I work on also values people bringing their whole self into the office. So I absolutely encourage folks to create work environments in which people can just be honest. Like if you're having a horrible day because, you know, you joined the Bad Moms Club because your kid finally cut off all of their own hair because you were in a call too long in the morning, this did not just happen to me on Monday. No. Right. That someone can talk about that and talk about the feelings of insecurity they're feeling, and talk about the guilt or the hurt that they're feeling, like they're neglecting their child and they're neglecting their work at the same time, right? We need to be able to have a place where we can express the truth and the reality of what we are all experiencing at this time. And because our normal social support systems are not functioning as they once did, so much of our social interaction is now being driven through our work and our office engagements. So, you know, rethink what professionalism means to you, and give a place for people to actually just be themselves and perform real talk and just continue. Normalize care responsibilities. So, you know, I think it is incumbent upon every workplace to make sure that it is very, very clear that it is understood that there are care responsibilities that come with being in a pandemic, and that there are going to be times when we are going to need to give time to the elders in our lives, to the children in our lives, to our fellow family members, etc. Even needing to take a mental health day because it's all just a bit too much, right? And normalizing that is a thing, and that it is valid, and that it is real, is important, right? We cannot say to everybody, oh, you know, we think you're all going to do fine, and then, you know, negative, you know, ping our coworkers and back channel and say, like, it's not cool that you missed that meeting. You know, we know you had such and such happening with your, you know, your grandparents, but it really wasn't okay that you were there. Last but not least, if you are in a position of leadership or management, I think it's incredibly important to make revised performance expectations explicit. So if it is clear to you that you do not expect your employees to be able to perform at the level that they normally did, that's great, and it's wonderful to say that. But it's also really important to have conversations with each of your individual employees about what they can reasonably accomplish given their own constraints, and to make sure that they understand that their performance is going to be judged according to very specific criteria, that you're going to work with them so that they can meet it, right? Because unfortunately, you either get folks who are going to exhaust themselves by trying to overperform in a situation where they don't have enough resources because they're not sure what target they're trying to hit, right? Or you're going to have folks who, because they don't know what is expected of them, they're going to feel a sense of paralysis and freezing because they do not know what is expected of them. They think that they have to perform as they have always performed in challenging circumstances. And because that is a recipe that is doomed for failure, they end up being not able to do anything at all, right? So just be really clear on what you expect people to be able to do. And then, you know, it's fine to hold people accountable even in tough times, but make sure that you're holding them accountable for something that is reasonable, explicit, and agreed upon. And last but not least, I know this is silly and cliched, but just give yourself and everyone else around you a break. You know, it's okay if your kid cuts off all their own hair because you were in meetings all day. It is okay if one of your coworkers, you know, didn't get back to you immediately. It's okay if someone misses a meeting. It's okay if the talk that you gave at a conference wasn't the best talk you ever gave. You know, we are all doing the very, very best that we can. And if that, you know, that has to be enough because it is all that we have to give. So if you find yourself being really critical of other people, try to give them some grace and do your very best to extend that grace to yourself as well. And then the last point that I want to make, because I think it's a really important one, is I think we all need to spend, all as human beings and as citizens of our respective countries and as citizens of this planet Earth, we need to rethink about the way we structure our world. Because what we have discovered in this time is that our social systems, our supply chains, our economic systems, our social safety nets, right? They don't have the kind of resiliency built into them that is required for times in which we are facing global challenges. And we really need to rethink about how we structure, how we approach life in order to ensure that should we find ourselves in these tender times for a long period of time, or again, that we're able to make better choices that allow us to handle adversity in a more sustainable way. Thank you all for listening and for your patience with my interruption. And I believe we may have a minute for questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Paul, who may have questions.
Yes. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much for your talk. We don't actually have any questions yet, but a lot of people expressed that they totally understand, and you said you hope that people will accept those situations and being interrupted as kind of as a normality, and our audience has truly done that. The comments are wonderful, and they are sending there are these emoji reactions. You can't see them, but I've been watching them, and a lot of hearts been bubbling up all the time. So yes, thank you very much. And I think I can also share this was, I think, the best rated talk in our call for papers. Our program committee loved it, and I think our audience loved it too, I guess. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yeah, if you have some time, you can go over to the breakout room.
Totally. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. No.
No, I was just going to say, I'll be able to be in the breakout room for about a half an hour. And just since I think we have one more minute, I'm just going to say one more time. I absolutely meant what I said about the most important thing that we can do is reconsider how we're architecting our social structures, friends, because the world is a complicated place. I don't think it's going to get any less complicated anytime soon. And if we don't start, thinking of very solid ways to build resilience in ourselves and our communities, we're going to continue to be exhausted and in trouble. And guess what? I would prefer that we were happy and resilient and in a much better place. I'll see you guys in the breakout room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This will be the last session of the day before lightning talks that happen later. And I am looking forward to hearing a talk from our next speaker, Anita, Ihuman, who will be speaking about inclusive contribution guidelines for open source projects, bringing her perspective, her ideas. Welcome, Anita. It's all you now.
Hello, Anita. Sorry, I have to interrupt you. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Can you check your sound? I'm sorry. It seems you're muted or something.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Paul.
That's better. Okay, thanks.
I skipped that. Thank you. Okay, sorry everyone for that stalling. And yes, I'm Anita Ihuman. I'm a software developer, technical writer, and a fan of open source, and also a cat lover. And these are my accounts in case you want to connect. Always ready, much available. And today I will be speaking on the topic inclusive contribution guidelines for open source projects. And first and foremost, what are contribution guidelines? And I define it as a text file that's created by project maintainers that contains guidelines and on how people and new contributors should contribute to that particular project, the do's and don'ts, and how they're supposed to successfully carry on a pull request by the end of the day. Yes, so but there are common problems that I noticed from my period of contributing to open source from last year August up to this point. From a beginner perspective, I noticed a few mistakes that always happen in open source projects, and some of these common contribution guideline problems are: one, is always too technical. Too technical in the sense that let's not forget that the contribution guideline is supposed to give us a detailed breakdown of particular project and how to set up the project. And these guidelines are set out there for new contributors and people who are contributing to the project for the first time, right? So if it happens to be too technical in the sense that there's so many technical terms and assuming I'm a newbie, I just heard about open source and I come on and I say, okay, let me try making a pull request for the first time. Since I've been hearing a lot about open source, and then I see the documentation, contribution guidelines are too technical. I don't know the terms there. How do I even understand what this project is about? And there's this general idea that will come to my mind as a new contributor. This project is not for you. It is for somebody that has close to 4 to 5 years experience, because this kind of terms, I don't think a newbie with very little expertise like me would be able to contribute to this particular project. And another problem is there's not enough details. Yes, documentations are have so much writings. You have to do this, you have to do that, but it doesn't contain the major details that actually put somebody through. Does it have the step-to-step guidelines? Okay, you have to make a pull request, go to this point, click on this button, do this. Okay, how to set up the dependencies? You have to do this particular thing. Okay, this project needs this particular framework to run on your particular system. Does it have this guidelines that are already stated there, or is there an assumption that a contributor should be aware that yes, this project uses this particular framework and then should just hop on it? It's one of the problems I notice. And another problem is not usually interactive. A lot of persons have difficulties learning with just documentations. And if you're putting up a guideline and a step-by-step demo on how to set up a particular project on my own device. At least it should have like a demo or a short video or maybe an audio recording that I could like listen to or watch and see how it is done. That way it will ease me the stress. But I've not actually come across any contribution guidelines that are usually this interactive, and there are very few open source projects that actually make contribution guidelines interactive, and it's difficult to access. It is a contribution guideline, let us not forget, and it is supposed to be the main thing that a new contributor sees once he comes onto that repository. Four pages looking for contribution guidelines and then asking questions from every team member just to know where I can find the contribution guidelines, do's and don'ts, and a particular contribution guidelines. And it is always hard to read. Hard to read in the sense that like it is so congested with information that you always miss the very particular points that you are supposed to take note of. Like, there's so many informations. I know that these things are very important, but then the vital information, like if you don't install this particular framework, then this project will not run on your system. Or if you don't have this particular software on your system, then this project is not going to run from your own end. These are things that should be stated out there, like, because they're very important. I mean, everybody should know that, yes, these are key points. If I don't do this, then my project will not work. Yeah, and yes, I'd like to share my experience as a beginner. So, as I said, I started contributing to open source sometime in August, and as a first-time contributor, and I think I was like just 4 months into web development as a whole. So I was eager to contribute because I always see people post on Twitter, I just got my pull request got accepted, help me celebrate, and people are always so excited, and I'm like, okay, I have to give this a try. I mean, if people are really excited about this and it's worth doing, I should give it a try also. And then I came across an open source project. The issue was a very minor issue, like so just a documentation, but I had to like do a translation. Now, for a person who is like new to open source and programming as a whole, I didn't understand like a lot of technical terms, and I was reading through the README because I contacted somebody from the project, and I'm like, okay, I want to go about this, but I can't actually figure out my way around, and this is my first time. And they said I should check the README and the documentation. Everything is there in the documentation. Yes, I've gone through the documentations and I'm not seeing the important key points. What problem am I fixing? And I'm trying to get this thing. I don't know. I didn't even know how to set up, how to fork the repository or clone it. I didn't know how to do none of that. It took me approximately 2 weeks to fix that particular issue. And the sad thing is that I wasn't able to fix it. Because I didn't get I got frustrated with the whole running about, contacted different persons, and because I didn't know how else to explain my situation to somebody, I'm like, okay, this is a challenge I'm facing, and because of this particular thing, I've not been able to contribute. My pull request is not going through. I didn't know how to explain this to somebody. Like, technical terms are not even there. If I try to explain to somebody, they're like, just check the documentation. It should be there. Every open source project has documentation that has everything written there. But I couldn't just navigate around it. And that was a big problem for me. I ended up not fixing the issue. It was assigned to somebody else. But a few weeks after, I was able to like go over other projects, and I saw the whole process of how to fork, how to clone, and then make your changes and then push back to the repository. And I realized that the issue I was actually breaking heads for was just something I would have done in a few minutes, but because of a tiny mistake. I kept having issues, and this was another thing that gave me big time issues. I was so frustrated, but that is my short story, and I'm coming from the view of a first time contributor. I think you understand how it feels when you come to a repository and you're lost. You don't know how to go about. The contribution guidelines are not clearly stated out and telling you what to do with, what not to do, which step you should take the next. And that is just my story. And yes, why should we improve contribution guidelines? And because the first time contributors can be a code maintainer tomorrow. Now, open source is based on contributors, yeah. And so the contributor should be like the key factor. And if I come into a project as a contributor and I'm not able to find my way around, I would definitely abandon that project. I wouldn't want to go there again because I'm like, that project, I would have loved to contribute to it, but as it stands, I don't really understand the kind of terms they're using. I don't understand how the processes are done. I usually get confused in this particular project, so I think I would just skip. That's the way I would put it, because I wouldn't want to go through the stress I went through on the first day for any project again, and I wouldn't want anybody to experience that. And I'm sure that's how a new beginner would feel if he doesn't get the right contribution guidelines. And another way is to make a welcoming environment. Make it if we have a stated out contribution guidelines, it makes the contributors to feel like, yeah, this project feels like it's actually convenient for me to be here. They feel like they actually understand that I am new. I feel like they understand that I am new to this project and I need proper guidelines. I mean, if somebody can actually take out their time and document how to go about contributing as step to step as this, then I mean, they care about the contributors, and I always want to stick around that particular project. And then yes, another reason is for sake of references. If I want it about me as a contributor, if I see an issue in a particular project and then fixing it was not so difficult, I always refer somebody and I'm like, yes, if you want to contribute to open source, this project is the best. It's the right place for you because they're welcoming and everything is very friendly for beginners. So if you're a beginner and you're looking for open source project, then you should start here. And I don't think it's only for me. I mean, there are lots of persons that will actually do that reference. And so for sake of references and contribution guidelines should be properly documented. And how can we achieve an inclusive contribution guideline? Yeah, the first step I wrote out to help in achieving proper contribution guidelines is to translate documentation into various languages. Some time ago, I was contributing to a particular open source project. That was during Hacktoberfest. And I had this issue and it says translate to German. And for a moment, I stopped to ask myself, why are they translating their contribution guidelines to German? I mean, they should know that everybody across the world is going to have access to this particular repository and would want to go over the contribution guidelines. But then what is their main reason? So I asked the person in charge, the maintainer of that particular project, and the reasons I got made sense to an extent. They said most of their contributors are like Germans, so they have to make a convenient environment for them to contribute. So it won't be so difficult. You have to translate to German before you actually understand what you're contributing to. But they seem to forget that I'm not German, and I'm sure other people too, they're not German. There's so many people that are not actually German right now, and we're coming to this particular project. It's Hacktoberfest. Everyone is eager to fix an issue. But what of people who are not actually German? If the documentations is translated into various languages, or there is a way to get translations into any language of a choice, depending on where the contributor is actually based or coming from, then it will make a lot of sense. And another one is to make tutorials on project setup. Sorry. Yeah, every open source project, if you ask me, should consider including screencasts and recordings and short videos on how to actually contribute to a particular project setup. Like in a particular organization, there should be somebody, one of the code maintainers, who are like very grounded in that particular thing, who will be willing to do a step-by-step guide on how to get along on that particular project, on the setup, and how to finally arrive to a good pull request that could merge immediately. And this would really be helpful to a contributor, because a lot of persons would actually relate better with videos and demos than just reading through documentations. And because definitely you miss a point, and at that point when you miss a point, how do you reframe yourself? How do you go back to the point where you actually made the mistake if you're not like very aware of what you're doing? Another way that I wrote to improve contribution guidelines is to avoid too many technical terms. Let us bear in mind that we are looking for new contributors, or even contributors to that particular repository, that are not very grounded on that particular thing. And if the documentation and the contribution guidelines are too technical for someone with basic knowledge about open source or open source projects at all to understand, then it's very difficult for contributors to actually make attempts on how to like contribute to that particular project. So the technical terms should be made very friendly and broken down into like very, very basic terms that anybody, even somebody who has like the least knowledge about open source, could read about a particular contribution guideline and set up a particular project without having to Google each term. After each line you read, you Google a term. After each line you read, you Google a term. This will really save a lot of headaches for new contributors. And another point I wrote out is to make contribution guidelines obvious. It is a contribution guidelines. Can it just be like the first thing I see when I come into a project? Because I wouldn't want to start looking for where to see a contribution guideline, like the way I did in my own time, going from page to page, asking questions on from one member to the other. How can you do this? Can you schedule a meeting? So that you can show me how to go about the contribution. I mean, it should be very obvious in the README that yes, the contribution guidelines are here for somebody who is new to this particular project. And another is we should build a bridge. And by building a bridge, I mean we should set up a code of conduct for members of the community. This is because yes, everyone has like self-control, but not all the time. There are times when you get very furious, either by a particular event that trigger the anger or another one, and then when you reply a review or anything as a member of the community, you might just be harsh to the next person without even knowing it. And this always goes on. I mean, we're humans, and it's very easy for us to flare up at any point in time. But if we build a bridge and setting up code of conduct, then people will always have it will instill a sense of proper behavioral attitude for each member, such that they have this they actually reply to the underrepresented members of a community as in the most friendly way when it comes to and using some foul words or harsh words towards people when they ask questions would be avoided. And another is to ensure that the guidelines contain complete information. Is there any detail that is left hanging from that particular contribution guideline? I mean, you should have from the first step of coming into the repository down to the point where the pull request is merged and you're sent congratulations, your pull request has been merged. The step-by-step guide should be documented in the contribution guidelines, so that even if I have very little basic knowledge about contributing to open source, I will be able to follow the guidelines and then complete the whole contribution process without having any issues. And if in case where like there are other issues, like which particular code, what are you contributing? Is it code base, or is it documentation, or is it design? Then all this information should be stated in the contribution guidelines, and it should specify how you can reach for help. And in a case where you reach the hard end and you don't know what else to do, you don't know which step to go next, then the contribution guidelines should specify that yes, in case of confusion or if you get lost, then you can reach out to this person or contact this person for assistance. You get, this would help contributors know that yes, even if I'm like unaware of what I'm doing, the community is willing to help me, and it won't be a big deal for me to actually want to reach out to somebody that has more knowledge on that particular open source project. And also, it should be welcoming to everyone. This is because a lot of projects, when it comes to open source contribution, they always keep the part where they have to include that designers and technical writers are welcome. What if I'm not like code inclined? What if I have very little ideas about anything code based, and I want to just design on that particular open source project, or I want to just write the documentation? The contribution guidelines should include each and every single member that could possibly want to contribute, regardless of their particular skill. So it should be welcoming to every skill set, whatsoever it may be. Stating that yes, designers, if you have to contribute design issues, this is where you look for them. There could be repositories that are set out for designers, only for designers, and then maybe documentation issues also. Okay, if you're a technical writer and you want to help in the documentation, this this is the site where you find all the documentation that you could contribute to. And this is a way of making contribution guidelines more inclusive and welcoming to everybody. Yes, and that being said, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for listening. And I really hope that every open source project begins to see things from the beginner's view also, and not only from the expert aspect. I mean, everyone should reason that yes, what if this is my first time contributing, and these contribution guidelines, are they like detailed enough for me to get started with this particular project? You should always have every contributor in mind, because they are like the backbone of every open source project. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for listening. And I'll take any questions if there are any.
Anita, thank you so much for the talk. You're getting some heart reactions at the end of your talk there, and I think I could speak for everybody so I have worked on open source projects, and I think your list, your manifesto in a way of what makes good contribution guides, I think is fantastic. So thank you.
That makes me feel so happy. I was too tense to actually give a talk.
No, I think you did just fine. I'm really curious, from the experience that you've had as a beginner, have you come across any open source projects that you have found to be particularly good or matching with some of the things that you wish they had, like some standout project that you found good?
Recently, this year, every open source project that I have decided to contribute to clearly states out the contribution guidelines, and I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Finally, somebody is doing something that everybody should actually look up to. Because imagine actually going through the hell I went through, 2 weeks of fixing just one issue, and I couldn't do it.
Can you name some of them, just for people to look at, maybe if they want to see?
Yes, and the layer 5 issue, the layer 5 repositories are like so detailed. Like the community is welcoming aside that, but then they clearly state out the documentation so that everybody can get along. And if you're having issues, they always refer you to the maintainers and people that will always walk you through if you're having issues and you're like a contributor for the first time. Also, Chaos is another community that, they're so generous when it comes to helping new time contributors. And Genome projects are also setting out the documentation and the contribution guidelines, which is really helpful. I'm like so happy because I've been willing to contribute code base, but I've not been able to in that particular line because I didn't know how to. But now I can finally do that, and I'm really happy about it. And I think there's several others, but I can't mention everyone right now. But the few that I've mentioned, the contribution guidelines are like really, really friendly. It makes me want to keep contributing to this project because I feel like they have their contributors at heart when it comes to the community.
Yeah, this is all a very good perspective. There's a few comments in the chat right now saying they agree, they appreciate your perspective, especially for a newcomer. Getting people started in project is very important. Great reminders. Yeah, so check out the chat later. Don't know if there's any other questions out there. I have one more if no one else. So I'll add one while we wait for any others to come in. I'm curious about these, you mentioned interactivity, so being able to like watch a video, which I'm a very visual learner, so I appreciate that as well. I'm wondering if interactive help, are there channels that you have found to be particularly useful, whether it's Gitter or IRC or Slack or whatever? Like means to interact with people in that way? Have you found some to be better than others?
Yes, Slack is friendly. Like Slack is a way to interact with your contributors, but interactiveness, what I actually meant in that aspect was creating demos and videos that are like maybe YouTube videos. It could be like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. It doesn't matter the length, so long as it gives every step-by-step details that you could actually use to like get started in that particular project. I'm sure every contributor would really appreciate the time taken out to make that project, and it will really help people, and it will go a long way because their videos and everyone can actually refer to them at any point in time if they're having challenges. So that's the interactiveness I was talking about.
That sounds great. I know one thing that was mentioned and something that I've definitely felt as well is your idea of not too much technical jargon, or at least being able to explain it so people understand if you're working on a project, what does a particular term mean to a project. It's super useful.
I have had to Google several times. I've had to Google like a sentence word to word just to make sure I understand that, yeah, this is what this term is talking about. And it gets funny sometimes, but it helps with the vocabulary, but then it gets stressful sometimes. You don't have to Google everything. It's made easy.
I think this is a great list. So Anita, thank you so much for your talk. Appreciate it. I think the audience took a lot out of it and definitely have some work to do on their own contribution guidelines. So thank you for that. And if anybody else wants to chat with Anita, ask questions, we will be in the breakout room, I believe in the Prenzlauer Berg breakout room after this. So Anita, thanks again, and we will see you in the breakout room. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hi everyone, this is Varun. Our first lightning talk will be by Dirk. He's going to be talking about first PhD to startup, and it's going to be like a 5-minute talk. So I'll let Dirk start it real quick.
All right. Thank you. So welcome to my talk. My name is Dirk Reda. I'm a professor of computer science in Germany at a German university. And my goal is to show you that it's not hard to have a startup, maybe an open source startup, if you know how to use the academic system. Along the way, but not necessarily so, you can get a PhD that can, but must not go doesn't have to go hand in hand. So why? Well, so some of you may remember this fabulous South Park cartoon where there's something you love to do. These are the gnomes. Something you love to do, like perform research or solve challenging technical problems, but you also want to make money, meaning there's a profit and you want to earn a living. So the challenge is, how do you go from something you have passion for to having a profit, let's say earning your living? And the idea is here that if you were to get a position at a German university, the setup is such that you can fairly easily, in my book, use that to develop software that can feed into a startup. And it's actually quite comfortable. So part of my story here is it does not have to be painful. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to only have 2 meals a day or something. Because, at least in Germany, you can get a fully salaried position at the university. Most computer science professors have plenty of positions available, and that is fully salaried at 50K a year. So that's not a stipend, that's a real salary. You get to experience university life, but you have a project that you get employed on where you can both own your skills, develop open source software if you choose the right professor, where then, because it's open source software, maybe you will find users, maybe you understand needs of users, maybe ultimately you can turn this initial open source software over time into something for a startup. There's a lot more here to say than my 5 minutes will let me do, but you can build out a startup team. There will be other people like you, like-minded. And in parallel, but again, you don't have to, but you can if you want to, follow, say, a design science approach, which is a particular way of also performing research on top of that software you're developing, where along the way you identify a problem, you find solutions for that problem, you find a way of evaluating that and write a dissertation, which is the requirement for that title if you are after the title. The way it works at a university is very much like an open source. Even if, for whatever reason, your professor doesn't let you develop open source software, the style of collaboration is like it. Is like in open source, because most of the time a research associate called wissenschaftliche Mitarbeiterin in German, will be an architect or a main developer of a system, but work with master students. So they are the quality assurance, the code integrators, so they delegate work, they get work from students, they are responsible for the architecture. They are the committers of an open source project, even if it's not even open source they were developing. At the same time, so being a PhD student, that's the other aspect of being at a university. If you want to do research, can be a lot of fun. So usually people join me, or I'm able to hire people because they want to get a PhD. And that can mean academic conferences in faraway places with a lot of fun. But at some point of time where you have done all your development work and you have written a few research papers and written your dissertation, you will have to spin off your work into a software startup. And here, that is my particular expertise. I can help you turn that into a commercial open source software startup. I won't go into details given my 5 minutes, but you will have to find that team, help build that team, or maybe you're joining a team, go through what makes a startup, which is understanding your customers and defining what it is they need and getting the funding to turn the software from the university, which may already be really far, into a real product. There's a lot of funding in Germany. So even after you got your PhD and leave university with a startup, you don't have to either earn money right away from your product or have a venture capitalist take half your company. No, there's a lot of public funding to keep you going. So you get to keep the intellectual, so you get to keep your equity. It remains much longer than, say, in the Silicon Valley. It remains your company, and meaning your values count, and it's, again, your company. These are just examples of way of getting money, and it feeds teams of 3, 4, 5 people for a year and a half, and then you can chain these. So what the startup actually eventually does, how it's structured, how aggressive it is, how profit-oriented, how socially oriented, that's up to you. But again, my message here is find a professor. That professor has the means to channel the funds to you, the public grants, because at least the country of Germany really wants you to start those open source software, to start those startups. But then in my book, open source software startups, because that's the perfect way of how you do it from a university. Here's my contact information. I see something about slides coming along. My slides are available on my website here, so go to dirkriele.com. And there's also a course on commercial open source software startups. So please seek me out on the web, send me an email if you have further questions. And now I hope I am done, and I am. So back to the moderator.
Thanks, Dirk, for the talk. Does anybody have questions for Dirk? If not, Dirk will be there in the spatial lounge, so feel free to chat with him there. Let's move on to the next talk by Jan Angali. He's going to be talking about how to describe FOSS in a corporate world, and I'll let him get started.
No, I'm going to talk about the governance game as a governance starter tool. So, hello, I'm Jan Ainali. I am a code base steward at the Foundation for Public Code. And after me, we're going to hear from my colleague Eric about what we do as well. But essentially, we're helping public organizations collaborate when they are developing software. And when you do collaborations, you're going to end up with need of governance. And unless you start out with a very clear vision, it might be hard to get everyone on the same page. People join the code base at various times. And when you start, you usually don't prioritize governance because it's just you and your team. So it usually becomes a priority after you really need it and when it is already in full implementation. And if it also wasn't already clear, it is a very good chance that people have different views of what the status quo is. And if discussions are started with different premises, misunderstandings are bound to happen. So how do you get agreement and a common understanding of code base? Yeah, so that's why we at the Foundation for Public Code created the governance game. And the governance game is a card game. And yes, if you can get that in a large view there. So it's a game designed to get people talking about governance in a setup. And it includes different starting states which have a variety of different actors, and the actors can be public organizations, civil servants, steering groups, and such. And to make it more real, we also added a few scenario cards, which gives you, they are based on real situations to give you a little bit of a trick. And the purpose is to get a consensus of how the governance in this project should work. And it is a co-op game. So the only way to really lose is if you cannot agree at all. And to make it a little bit more tricky, we added a few calamities, things that might happen. You find a bug or there's some other concerns and such. And when we designed this, we thought this is a great exercise to get used to talk about governance. But it's also a really good tool to actually evaluate your current code base. So you can remove the starting state, you can remove the scenario because that's your real case. And instead you will map out all the actors that is in your project and try to figure out what are the responsibilities between these and what are the relationship and dependencies. And even better, if you put a paper underneath and draw a little bit, that'll be really good because it makes it less abstract than just word on what the governance is. So you can really get into hands-on and see how it actually is using, or how you're actually using your governance. And this might lead that you want to change your governance, or it might just lead that everybody has a clearer view of how it's really working. Now, we made this about this time last year and thought, hey, being hands-on is good, but then the pandemic happened, so we have developed a little bit of an online version where these are sort of digital tokens where you move around. It's not as intuitive as moving cards because people have a really good mental model of how to do that, but it works, and it unlocks another potential. It makes it possible to collaborate with all the people in your code base, even if they're scattered around the world. So perhaps you couldn't even get everyone to travel to the same place. So we hope you will try this out. It's on GitHub available. So, and it's free and open source. I'm posting the link right now in the chat, and try and use it and contribute back and improve on it if you like to. And hopefully you'll have a few laughs along the way as well.
Thanks for the talk. Does anybody have questions for Jan?
I saw there was one question where we can get the game, but I put it in the chat there, so it should be a link there.
Cool. And I guess you'll also be there in the special launch. So let's get to the next talk by Eric Herman. He's going to talk about how the standard for public code can help you collaborate over time and space.
Hello there. Thank you. So yes, thanks for attending the lightning talk here, talking about collaboration over time and space. First off, my name is Eric. I am a developer, have been doing so for a couple of decades now. And presently, I'm working with and collaborating with developers who are working on code bases in the open from multiple public organizations. These code bases are under stewardship of the Foundation for Public Code. Public code is free and open source software developed by public organizations or for public organizations to achieve a public policy or part of a public policy. And increasingly, we find that policy is being implemented in software, and that our core infrastructure is sometimes at least having a software component, if not being entirely software. And as people talk about the so-called digital transformation of the public sector, it's a thing I keep hearing people say, we in fact see this unfolding all the time. And all public infrastructure, whether that's a bridge or whether it's software tends to have very high expectations and requirements that things outside the public sector don't necessarily have to have, specifically around transparency, but also reliability, accountability, but even things like sovereignty is one of the things that comes up. And this is a lot to ask of a small public organization, a municipality that is of a small village trying to make sure that their citizenry can help participate in where the potholes are, the street lights that are out, probably don't have their own IT staff, and they don't have expertise in this. And their needs, though, are the same as the needs of other municipalities, some great, some small. And the way we are achieving this today to meet these expectations and fulfill these requirements is collaborating in the open across organizations. And a key tool to that is the standard for public code. All of the collaborators agree to fulfill the requirements and uphold all the criteria in the standard. And if you're a developer, as you look through this, you're not going to see anything that's very surprising to you. It's almost certainly going to be things that you're either already doing or maybe you wish you were doing. What's going to be different from maybe other agile handbooks or engineering guides is that there's guidance for not just individual contributors, but also for management and even policymakers. And what this means is that the devs, the designers, the people that are contributing to the project know that they have the support of people at many layers in the organization, whether they are a contracted developer working for a vendor providing software services, or whether they are a developer employed by the state. And so as they're collaborating, the public administrations are having the growing understanding that the software that they're working on is going to be evolving to fit their needs over time, and that they can collaborate on procuring the next feature rather than trying to understand all of what their possible needs are up front, that they can work incrementally, which is a very different model than the way they've done procurement in the past. But because they're using the standard, because they're collaborating with others using the standard, they have confidence that these procurements are going to add up to giving them that increased control, the reduction in risks and costs, and they'll see their tax spend be more effective because the sum is adding up to something greater than the parts. So if you are at all connected to any sort of software development in the public sector, or if you just have an interest, I invite you to review the standard for public code and hopefully even participate. It's currently draft, and we are making this a public resource as well. So there's the link to the repository for it. Pull requests are absolutely welcome, and you can also get in touch with me directly. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anybody have questions for Eric? Do we see any? If not, Eric's also going to be in the spatial lounge, and we can get started with the next talk by Jan Wildeboer. He's going to be talking about how to describe FOSS in a corporate world.
Thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Jan Wildeboer. I work at Red Hat as EMEA evangelist since 15 years now. And I just wanted to give you or share my sort of elevator pitch if you want to position free and open source software in any corporate environment or also in public environments. It doesn't really matter when people ask the question, you know, why should we care about this? And if specifically, if you want to encourage them to allow people to share with other people, because that's always the point. A lot of companies say like, oh my God, corporate secrets, we have to be very careful. So my shortest version is effectively this. When you think about the world we live in today, then a few things have changed compared to maybe 20 years ago. The biggest change that we are experiencing is more or less irrelevant, and everything now more or less happens on the software layer. And when you work on the software layer, you need to have this kind of abstraction to even think about stuff like cloud or DevOps or all of this stuff. So the software layer defines everything nowadays: software-defined networking, software-defined storage, etc. And when you look at a typical IT stack in this modern world, which is, this size, this is your IT stack, then this is where things get interesting. And this is what I always point out. If you are a company and you're in a market and you're competing with other companies, then this IT stack in your vertical typically tends to be quite comparable to your direct competition, because you work on the same laws, the same regulations. So you tend to have a lot of parts working in the same way. And if you take a closer look, and this is what always gives people this surprise moment, when we take a closer look, then we see that maybe 10-20% on top of this whole stack is stuff where you actually make money. That is your secret sauce. That is the stuff that sets you apart from the rest, the stuff that you need to hide and keep secret. But that means, logically, very simply, that 80% of this functionality in your mostly software-driven IT stack actually is non-competitive functionality. It is stuff that does not add to your margin. It's just stuff that you need in the broader sense. And that is exactly where open source and free software kicks in, because we built that 80% so that you can focus on that 20%. From a company organization perspective, this also means, should I really focus all my money on the 100% of that stack, when in reality it's only the 20% that I really should care about? And doesn't it make far more sense to reach out to your direct competition even to work together on that 80%? Because if I can get 4 companies to work together on whatever part in that 80%, our respective investment risk just dropped by 75%, because we are now sharing this stuff and it's non-competitive, so we're not giving anything away. With this argument, with this 80-20 distribution of looking at stacks, it's a very general principle. It's a Pareto principle, and it's nothing special. But it helps in positioning what open source really means in IT. It's not necessarily the fancy, cool, whatever stuff, because that's not what open source works on. Open source works on the stuff that everybody needs, ideally, that can be shared freely as possible, and that adds to that 80% that we all need to build working stacks. Now, you can call this OpenStack, you can call this Kubernetes or whatever. Ultimately, all of these projects are working on the same thing. Standardize the hell out of the lower 80% and work together on that in a non-competitive way. I guess I'm almost perfectly on time. I still have 50 seconds left. So with that, think about this as a way to position what we are doing in the world of open source and free software, how this explains a lot of things in a very simple way that makes it understandable to people who are not really deep into this. If you have any questions, you can meet me later on in the Spatial Lounge, or you can ask them right here. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. Let's see if there's any question.
Hello. Thanks, Varun. Thanks, Jan, very much. Thanks, everyone who gave a lightning talk today. I just wanted to quickly say, yes, I would love to have everyone over at the Spatial Lounge to hang around a bit, have a chat, and speak to Jan, speak to Eric, speak to Dirk, and all the others. Thanks, Varun, very much for hosting the lightning talks today. Thanks for your help here. Yeah, and hopefully see you over in the Spatial Lounge. Thanks, everyone.